Live FM.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEOs. Then coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. To spoon. To spoon. You from Funjama, Maryland, to spoon. To spoon. If you eat kepa, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a spoon TV, you got a spoon radio, to spoon. To spoon. You want to get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV.
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon TV. Spoon entertainment.
Then coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon television. Spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon.
And of course, if you want to know what's happening in Liberia, if you want to know what's happening across the country, whether it's in the legislature or whether it's in the executive, or better still, the judiciary, or ordinary Liberians, every part of the country, then this is your preferred network for not just punctual or timely information, but also authentic and factual information as well. A pleasant Sunday night to you, wherever it is you're listening to us from across Liberia. And for those of you watching us all around the world, we love to say a pleasant afternoon, evening and night to you. Today is the last day of the month of June, and you're welcome to 101 with the CEO. Today we have the representative of Bond County District Number 3, Honorable J. Marvin Cole is here. He will also be playing host to the Managing Director of the National Port Authority. That is on the second segment of the show. The CEO, Mr. Stanton Alexander Witherspoon Sr., and his co-host, Mr. Abdullah Kiatamba, the political analyst, they are going to steer the affairs of 101 with the CEO tonight. One thing you can be guaranteed, though, it is going to provide you the information that you always come here to get. Mr. Kiatamba, pleasant night to you. How are you doing, sir?
I'm good. How are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm pretty well. It's
Okay.
a pleasure being back.
Okay. How's the weekend?
Well, the weekend was kind of slow, wet,
Okay.
rainy weekend, I should say, but we're in the rainy season in Liberia, so can't complain.
Well, this is quite an eventful weekend for me. A lot of basic things to do, a lot of projects, a lot of engagement with potential guests. We have a long list of guests. We have to narrow them down. We had about 7 to 8 requests, and we have to narrow down to at least 4 viable guests. And then we begin to look at the trending issues and see how we can align them with those trending issues. And so it has been, and the interest in the show has grown, dramatically. People are quite interested in the show. They want to make sure that it's a source of information, source of balance in the argument. We seek to make sure all sides are represented equally. And sometimes we play the game and you think, oh, we're on our side. But we basically, I'd like to welcome my co-host, the Stanton Alexander Witherspoon, the potato green man. But Stanton, we are here. We discussed in the weekend, we discussed how everything went. I'm told that Stanton was standing in as a guest pastor for church this afternoon. And
Standing in as well?
as a guest pastor, his sermon was entitled the man's sermon was entitled make sure that give a goodwill like you. But basically, welcome to the show, my man. What's up? Because I think it has some proprietary rights. I have to make sure I get approval before I release the sermon. It's quite a provocative sermon, I'm told. Holy Spirit caught people in the church after he delivered the sermon. People were possessed. The Spirit descended from heaven and began to possess people.
So the Spirit descended as a dove, and the voice from heaven said, "This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased." Him. So do we have anyone in Liberia that the voice will say, "This is my beloved Son, in whom I am well pleased"? Do we have anyone that can advocate for the people, that the people themselves will say, "This is the leader of our own kind. This is the leader that taking us away from this flooding situation in the country"? That people get mattresses on their head and the children sleeping and praying in the flood water. Can we have anybody in Liberia today, Ketamba, say you putting me on a Zico right now, that somebody would say, "This is the man that brought the rice price down to $10 and we don't care about imported rice anymore because we are back to the soil"? Do we have anyone in Liberia right now to say this is the champion of the cause of the common Liberians, the poor people, the Mount Mary, the Paflomo, the Omekwe? Do we have anyone right now that you say we will build roads not only in dry season, but for all season, we will have a better road? Do we have anyone right now that can look at the lawmaker and say, "Listen, you don't need to take home 265,000 yearly. You don't need to take home the 150,000 for constituents who are vested. No, you don't. You don't need to take home the 45,000 cars. You don't need to bring us 285 yellow machine and tell us to pay for it. We don't know who sent the machine. Come on. Do we have people in lab? Look, come on, Katara. Don't get me started, my brother. Let me drink my water and go in peace. Don't get, because I'm mad right now. I heard that Marvin Cole is in studio. I don't know if it is true.
Yeah,
I've been waiting for
he's
him.
hiding behind the microphone.
I've been waiting for
you know what he said?
Representative
He said he
Cole.
read it for us. The man said he
I've
read it
been
for
waiting
us
for
tonight.
him. I
The man
want
said
to
he
know the
got
real
bazookas.
Cole. I want to know who he is. Is he of sedition? Is he for or against? Is he of conservative? Is he of progressive? Is he a flip-flopper? I want to know him. Then I hear Dama tell me in the second segment, we have the NPA Managing Director, Sekou Dukle. Who is Sekou Dukle?
That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna break it down. Let's listen.
I want you to slow Ketema. I want you to slow me down because guess what?
Right.
I ate a fried okra right now. That's the only thing that can make me drunk.
No, I'm not gonna slow you down.
Please slow me down.
I'm gonna catalyze you. But listen to me. Here's the thing. Now I'm feeling it. They say the redemptive power of the gospel is contagious. Now we're spreading that. So you need the John the Baptist who will do the good news. We're coming to biblical analogy now. We need the guy who will build the wall. You know who talk about the falling wall? The falling wall.
We don't want no building wall, Ketema. I disagree with you.
No, the wall is falling apart.
Ketema, we asked Joshua to come and go around Jericho for 7 days and just say it, and the wall fell. We didn't know war. Listen, politicians building walls today, they have separated themselves from the people. When you came to politics, you had no walls around your home. You had no fence. But now you're a politician, you got a huge fence. That the people don't know you no more. So Ketema, if your guest is there, listen, we got a lot to discuss, Ketema. Let's do this show. I can't wait. A lot of folks eager to hear from J. Marvin Cole, Representative Bon County District number. Which district is that? 2?
3. District 3.
3? District 3, yeah. 2 is Colette. 2 is James Colette.
I'm talking about building the wall by Nehemiah. Nehemiah gonna rebuild the broken wall.
Nehemiah. Yeah.
Nehemiah.
But you know how he built the wall, though?
So where's our Nehemiah? Where's our Nehemiah?
I'll do that. Let me show you this. You know how he built the wall? He built the wall with weapon in one hand, and he was working with the left hand, and he had the weapon in the right hand.
Right.
Because you had the enemy watching. You had Tobias. They were watching.
Yes.
They never trusted the enemy. But they were also enemy within Ketema.
Right.
They had enemy within.
Right.
He couldn't trust those in and he couldn't trust those out. So he had to hold the weapon in one hand as he built the wall and preached the gospel to the children of Israel. So who is J. Marvin Cole? Is he Nehemiah?
Is he a Nehemiah?
For Broncante?
Yeah. Is he building the wall in Broncan? Is he building the broken promises? Is he rebuilding the hope of a broken nation? Tell me, who is our Nehemiah in Liberia? Who's building our broken hope? Who's restoring confidence in a disillusioned population? Who is that person? So we're gonna dig deeper. Is he the NPA managing director? Is he Marvin Cole? His Representative Colet's best friend Marvin Cole? Is he Marvin Cole or Colette?
Ladies and gentlemen, share our show.
When you turn nice in it, you come Marvin Cole. We
got 30 more seconds. We got 30 more seconds to start the show. We want to say welcome, every one of you. Cooper Pastor will welcome. Share the show, Cooper. You got a huge following on your page. We want to say Ruth Goba. We want to say Sam Zoe, AJ, and Daniel Buzizi, my picking. Welcome to the show. We say welcome, everybody. You have to go on Facebook right now and share the show. It would be a great show today. Right, we have in 2 segments. 1, J. Marvin Cole, District number 3, Bon County. It's our first segment for 1 hour only. If we have time, we'll take your question. He is the man. When you talk about Funati Kofi, when you talk about Deputy Speaker Thomas Falah, Dixon Sibo, you come to J. Marvin Cole. They can squeeze the budget. They know what to put in and what to put out. We are about to speak to him. He's in studio right now as I learn. We want you to share the show. We want you to invite your friends. Let's be engaging. With this opportunity given to us, we have to ask the hard question. Welcome to 101 with the CEO, Abdullah Kiatemba and Stanton Witherspoon. Abdullah, take it away. Can we bring in Representative Cole, Abdullah?
Yeah.
Wow. Welcome to the show, Representative J. Marvin Cole. It's good to have you as always. Thank you. This is our first meet and greet here on the Spoon Network, and we say thank you very much for joining Abdullah and I as we dig into national issue of national concern. Let's talk, and thank you for joining us. Welcome.
Well, Stanton, I want to say thank you. Thank you to your co-host and all of our listening audience. It is an opportunity for me to be on your show this evening to just share my thoughts and my understanding about national issues of our country. So it's a privilege for me to be here for the second time. So thank you and good evening to every one of you.
Thank you very much. As always, we want to say we're going to have a beautiful show again. It is not like the Spoon Talk. No, this is one-on-one. We interrupt. We are a fast-paced program because we want to get a lot and we want the Liberian people to take something home. Now, if you cannot answer any question, that's okay. Plead the faith. The Liberian people will see through you if you refuse to answer the question. I have never spoken to you in the back as to what we're going to discuss. We don't do it on the show. So we'll go all out, and we want to say thank you. We'll give you 1 minute first. I mean, we have never spoken before live like this. So introduce yourself properly and give us reason why you think it is important to be on one-on-one today. Then we'll go into the question, sir. 1 minute.
So no, your video is you coming.
Distracted.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, that's all right. That's all right.
Am I good now?
Love it. Yeah.
Can you? I think that's the studio you guys in though. Dama, can you work on it, please?
But Chief, it's the network. You could now. You can go ahead. It's the internet. It fluctuates.
Okay. Thank you. Can you hear me, Marvin?
Yes, I understood what you said, that I should introduce myself.
You got 1 minute. Yes, you got 1 minute. Go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
So, my name is J. Marvin, not Melvin. My name is J. Marvin Cole, Representative District Number 3, Bon County, Chairman on Rules, Order, and Administration of the 55th National Legislature. I'm a very humble son from Nyesu, Bon County, and that is just, I think, the best I can do when I should have delivered by explaining to the Liberian people what I believe and what I know. I think it will be the best introduction of myself.
Thank you very much. Since we're having a little slight in connectivity, Abdullah, you can take it away. And once you engage with your 2 questions, I will come in. Abdullah?
Yeah, Melvin, again, welcome. But before I even start the process, we're going to have the NPA Managing Director, Sekou Hussein Dukle, today. This is the first segment of the show, and this is going to be a wide range of issues. There are a lot of issues of NPA that is in the media that has been published and that require a lot of understanding. So we'll start with Melvin. Melvin, welcome again. But look, we this is more of a conversation. Sunday 101 is a combination of interview and a conversation with the guest. We'll make you part of a team to discuss. And at any point, we can chime in to just make sure things are on course. Now, the first question is, there's been a lot of statements made by Representative Colette, and you've heard them because you listen to the show. Is there any moment you need to address them before we even get into the detail? Is there any issues that you think were troubling or misleading, or any issues that you recognize that, look, there's some challenges we're facing? Let us start from there, and that's our first opening for you.
Well, thank you very much. To no disrespect to my colleague, Honorable James Colette from District 2, Bon County. I think he raised a lot of issues. And as panelists, I think you know those training issues, those issues that you're supposed to be asking me the hard questions. So I should be asking what are those concerns that you have and some of the things he raised so that I'll be able to speak to them. But it's not to say, oh, yes, I heard James Colette talk about Honorable Cole was wearing red shoes, and I think it's the important thing for me to address. In my mind, it is not the important thing for the Liberian people to listen to, or for you who are questioning him to listen to. So I'm now open and I'm ready to say Honorable Colette came and he said A, B, C, and D. So I want to understand what is your side of the story, because he made a lot of assertions. So I cannot pick from among them which one of them important and which not important.
No, which one is important to you?
Well, I listened to so many things when Honorable Colette spoke about electronic locks for the House of Representatives. He spoke about gasoline. He spoke about the buses. So let me just piggyback on some of the conversation and some of the things he said. I know that a lot of people listening want to understand. The first thing here is, in the 54th, I did not hear the Rules, Order, and Administration. Always co-chaired on those, on that committee, on those leaders, like Honorable Mayamu Fofana, who is a former representative, and may his soul rest in peace, one of the most intelligent and astute leader of our country, Honorable Johnson and Gwagolo, who was also heading that committee and a co-chair to him. And at no point in time, there is no record that I ever been part of anything or penned down my signature in a document to sell buses. I think he just spoke out of misinformation. He did not have the correct information. So I just want to correct that. At no point in time did I associate myself with selling buses. And it was very good. On the very spoon showed, he came by to tell you in the 54 buses were so not part of it. He spoke about the $41 million, and he said there were buses, that was one of his sections that were made at the Farmington retreat. He spoke about it, and he came back to apologize and said, no, I spoke out of misinformation, and I want to apologize. That is the least thing any leader could have done to him or herself, to come in the public glare and make an open and wide allegation, and you come back to apologize. So it means that your testimony before people now, it becomes questionable. Because when you are speaking, and you are not speaking of facts, you are not speaking of the reality that you just want to speak to indict the high-end character and credibility of people. I mean, it is something to take very seriously. So I am compared, so to say, because of the people who elected me, wanted me to be here tonight to give the side of my story. That laid the bus issue to rest, because Honorable Cole told you that, oh, I apologize, no bosses are part of it. So meaning that he should have done the honorable thing to go back to the media, just not on this Spoon Network, to go back and say, look, I had a press conference. I was at a retreat at the Stir. It was very noisy. And I accused Honorable Cole and the committee that the $41 million have buses inside. But when Honorable Cole provided the information that nothing of such were there, he should have been honorable enough to come back to apologize and say, look, Honorable Cole, I apologize for trying to tint your character, your high reputation. There's nothing about buses. Now let's go to the gasoline. No, can you imagine Katama, a man like you, somebody of intelligence, Stanton Waterspoon, Sam Jackson were on the show. When a gentleman accused my holy reputation that I took away.
Your holy reputation? Your holy reputation?
Holy reputation. I don't know whether you go to church. I'm a very strong Christian and a believer. I'm not just a Christian. I'm a believer. I believe in Christ. You're talking about Nehemiah. I will deal with that extensively if you give me the opportunity to inform you properly about who Nehemiah was in the Bible. Not to diverge from our conversation. He said to you, $690,000 is our portfolio in terms of fuel. And then he said 353,663 was stolen by me. When Kulai were making this a section to somebody like Stanton Waterspoon, who knows simple arithmetics, who understands subtraction and addition, somebody like Katama, somebody like Sam Jackson, if you have accused Honorable Cole of taking $353,663 worth of coupons in dollars, and then you're talking about $690,000 a total portfolio. Now, he also admitted, yes, that he's received $3,000 per month. And the fuel he was talking about represented 2 months of the $690,000. Now, if you did the mathematics of 71 individuals, distinguished lawmakers at $3,000, that would be $6,000 per person times 71. Will be 426,000 US dollars. So if you subtracted that from 690,000, you will be left with 264,000. Simple elementary mathematics. Now, if your argument is, I took $353,663,000 from this coupon that I stole, and if you just subtracted your coupons from there as honorable members, they will be left with 264,000. So that's not argument for me to go into it because I know in my mind that intelligent group of people like already have a judgment that the information provided by the honorable man was false, was baseless.
So sorry to interrupt you because I think you are quite correct. He made a lot of different statements on the show. You are quite correct. Before we get into the numbers, you know what? We on the show, we're not going to do the math for you. We're not going to do the math for Honorable Cole. He's an honorable man. He's your colleague. Yeah, we trust you guys. That's why they send you over to the House of Representatives. Let's go back to the general picture. He came up with this 700,000. You know, we beat on the Senate with for 700,000. Were there any 700,000 in the budget? Let's establish that first, that you know of.
No, at this time, we need to understand at what point in time Honorable Cole was speaking, which one of the 700,000 he was talking about. I understood him to have said 690,000. He was referring to 700,000, but the actual figure is 690,000 for gasoline. That's one of the instances he was speaking to. So if we have addressed that, if you did your mathematics, as I was saying, you did not allow me to learn. So there's no reason for me to go forward when you're talking about buses not being there, generator not being there. You can send to the Capitol building, you have your reporters there to go and find out whether we have budget.
You established that, Honorable Cole. My question is, he admitted that, listen, we shouldn't talk about buses because it wasn't to buy 2 new buses. He admitted that. You're quite correct. Okay, but I'm asking you generally the overall.
I am aware of 2 different 700,000.
Okay, what are those?
$700,000 requests were made, which inclusive of committee hearings, travels, and it was to cover our retreat. And then the speaker came out and said, no, we're not going to do anything concerning $700,000 for a retreat. I will engage international partners and friends because we don't want to get into all of these conversations that are going on. So that money was requested and that money was never paid to the House of Representatives. It's on our committee hearings. That's a legit money. It was never paid.
We're not talking about the legality form of the money. Okay, let me just say something. The 700,000 is for what?
So that what I've just said. The 700,000, you talk about committee hearings, all of the bills that the president has sent to us, there will be public hearings, there will be consultations across 71 districts across the length and breadth of our country, and then you will have foreign travels. Those international bodies that we need to be represented to, travels fairs are from that money, so that people will be able to represent Liberia at the different international bodies. That one was never paid. It's still been processed at the Ministry of Finance, because I think the Ministry of Finance had said that they had liquidity problems, so there were some hitches on that. Now let's go back to the first 700,000. I believe Claire spoke about when he talked about the buses being procured. During the $41 million when the president asked for the one tour, that he needed rolls, he needed this, he needed that. So there was an envelope of $41 million. All of that envelope of $41 million, $700,000 were meant for the House of Representatives, which Claire admitted also that he received $5,000 for furniture from that $700,000. He received $1,500 from that very $700, and his staffers received gasoline. It was from that $700,000 that allotment of $75,000 were made, not for electronic locks. It was for ID cards, access pass. I have the documents. I'm going to read it for you, and if you wish, I can send it to you so that you know. So those things were itemized budget itemized stuff that the 75,000 should have covered, and the budget did pass in April. So April, May, June. So the procurement processes that were going on, and Claire did not give her chance to jump out and said, Marvin Cole has stolen money. They said they were doing lots for $34 per lot, and per ID card, which is faulted. That statement was completely erroneous. Now, let me tell you, what the $700,000, the $75,000 that he was talking about, what it represented in terms of our budget items. 219 pieces of ID cards was for asset control for honorable people. Now, 1,168 pieces of personal staff. If Honorable Colette did his mathematics for our personal staffers, the total number is 1,168. So each of them needed standard ID card that had a barcode on it that you can scan that ID card and you'll be able to see. That's the first time. Then we had 800 employees at the central administration. Those people needed ID cards. That was just one of the attempts. We needed 75 pieces of ID card for the LBO, the Legislative Budget Office. That was one of the attempts that we placed on that 700. We needed 730 pieces of visitor access pass without picture. It was also part of that $75,000. We needed 300 pieces of contractor access pass. Now, Stantons and our distinguished audience, when you just have people flooding the Capitol building, even those people who come in to do repair and maintenance, coming to see vehicles, coming to repair offices, you just get everybody. When you ask somebody, oh, this honorable sent for me to come and face his office, or that person asked me to come and do this piece of work. So I said, no. As rule order in administration, the speaker said, we don't just want to get crowded up, and people just coming in the name of their coming to work. We don't know who is coming to work. So we needed to face the ID cards. The past, we were able to organize to get 300 of those cards. If Stanton Waterspoon is a plumber, for example, you are coming to attend to somebody, we will call that person will validate that, yes, Stanton Waterspoon is coming to me, and we'll give you one of those passes that was being printed under that $75,000. So 1 minute, please.
Yeah, now, just because we have 2 minute segment.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Let's go fast.
So the last one here is you're talking about the doors. It was not just about electronic doors. Sometimes on our distinguished guest, before you can put electronic doors to the entrances, the 10 different entrances, I'm going to give you the thing, you firstly have to remove those doors and replace them. You have to make it up to a standard that the locks will be able to host. So that way, it was not just about electronic locks. So we're having 10 different entrances to the Capitol building, the House of Representatives side. So it's not just about $75,000 was just for ID card, as you were alleging. So I want to pause.
Honorable Marvin Cole, let me be straight. The rest of your colleagues, do they have access to this information? Do you share it with them? Are you informing them the different breakdown? What do you think Honorable Cole will say, listen, you ate the money?
No, but Stanton, the first thing that happens is when the budget passes, and then the committee is given an opportunity, the first thing you do, procurement processes. When those processes are completed, we went from office to office to ask our colleagues to go. The first thing we are going to do, we did a reporting section that will deal with the personal staffers, the honorable fresh, the personal staffers, central administration, and all work. These are the things that we are going to do. Everybody was informed.
My question is, he's not the only person. James Cole from District Number 2 is not the only person. He is saying to you, I have nothing. You are on radio. You are on Spoon 101. You are giving us the different breakdown. 219 ID card, 1,168 personnel staff, 800 employee contracts, 713 visitor, 300 contractor. Different breakdown. It's unique. How do you think when I say you eating the money if you don't share these things? That's his frustration. He said he does not have them.
Sometimes people have this. All of our colleagues, I believe, and which we did, they have the information. That's why I think Cole's issue was just being personal. It was just being, I don't want to go to certain words, but I think we were personal because Cole is one of those honorables that are very close to me. We interact every day. He goes to my office. We sit together. And this information were provided to him. So for him to have come in the public, as you said, he spoke about buses. Later on, he came and said, I apologize for what I did. It's not the truth. He spoke about generator, that there's no generator, the fuel they've been eating. He came by that now you can validate generator, we run generator. He also
providing fuel. I beg you, Ketama. Let me squeeze in 2 quick questions. I know you want to comment, Ketama. Are you providing fuel for buses? Is it in your budget?
Of course. Let me tell you, Stanton.
Do you have buses to provide fuel for? Because you just said, of course. So what kind of budget?
What I'm saying to you, any good administrator that is doing a planning, you budget for things that you envision to purchase. Now we have planned when the budgets were organizing the budget that the central administration, we're going to procure buses for them. We've been running the Capitol building. We've had buses, and some of those buses broke down from the 54. These are budgetary items that would be in the budget from the 52nd up to the 55th. So I'm not the one who's going to remove them. Now, what we have done now is the procurement process of those vehicles have been ongoing. So you don't want to procure the buses first, then you come back to start looking.
So let me understand something then. So let me understand something. You are now alluding to the fact that James Cole was right. You're trying to buy buses.
No. I'm not alluding to that. I am telling you, any good administrator, you plan for the future. Now we sat down during our budget process that we are going to buy new buses. When the Speaker for Natikova were elected, he said, I'm going to buy new buses for the staffers because all of the buses that we had, all of them are now destroyed, so to speak. They was completely, out of use. One of those buses still parked there. So whatever happened, I am not aware. I just said to you,
you just said that you are still providing fuel, producing fuel, getting money for fuel, making everything okay for buses that folks are not seeing.
I did not say to you that I provided fuel for buses. I told you
the question. You said sure.
Those buses, we had a procurement plan that it was inclusive of purchasing buses, and there were items. Now, if you plan to procure buses, and you have fuel for buses, what do? You remove the fuel when you don't have the buses at hand. So our current budget line does not have anything inclusive of buses fuel for buses right now. The fuel that we have were reappropriated for cleaning the place. We have a lawnmower that cut the grass from the yard. We have our generator.
Let me get this straight. Ketama, I beg you, my man. This is not a one-on-one thing. I beg you, but please allow me to squeeze this thing. I will rest. I beg you. Let me get it straight, Honorable Cole. You just said, and I just asked the producer to call that. Maybe you slipped in saying that. When I asked you the question, are you providing fuel for buses that we are not seeing? You said, sure. Are you taking that back?
I said to you, any credible administrator, if you are planning, you plan for the future. We itemized when we were doing our fuel procurement and itemization of our fuel, we included buses. But now the buses have not been procured. So what did we do? We said, look, we don't have buses right now. So what we do, we did not have fuel for us to cut the grass in the yard to keep the place. How much is the fuel that we're talking about? $5,000. So what we do, reduce the fuel, because the fuel for generator, we have 360 kVA generator that burns 115 gallons in 2 hours. So that direct the fuel, almost about a month we did not have electricity at the Capitol building. That direct the fuel to the running of the generator, so we cannot have the place being in darkness. And
okay, so now you make that correction on the buses. I understand. I'm not going to hold you. We don't have enough time. But he also said that the generator is not functioning. The generator is down.
Tomorrow, Stanton, if you send anybody to the generator house, if that generator does not kick start, I will resign from the legislature. It's not true. It's not.
Thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you very much. Look, we got limited time because we have other guests, but I want to ask you larger questions. You seen there's a resolution passed by the House earlier this year to declare all the asset public. That's a resolution by the House. Did you vote for that?
You said to do what?
To declare the asset, to make the asset public. A resolution signed by the House. Was there any resolution this year?
No, I cannot remember if there was a resolution. I can't remember.
Okay.
Because, listen, at the start of our session, I had to travel for my medical, so I was out of the country for some time, and I returned after the speaker's election. Again, I left the country, so it's very possible.
Okay, so, but to a larger question, you think at this moment, the pay for representatives, given the financial crisis in our country, the money that we're discussing, huge amount of money, that basically goes to those who are in a better economic conditions. What is this House plan to focus more on transferring these wealth to poor communities in large amount, what have you changed? What reform have you championed in the House? That has to do with pay reform, compensation reform, has to do with focus on issues that addresses the need of majority of poor people. What exactly do you represent in the House? Are you a champion of change, or are you an agent of the status quo?
I don't know what you call the agent of the status quo.
That's a question.
But let me say this to you. I think these are some of the misinformation that people try to capitalize on. As a representative, my responsibility to make sure that we do appropriation for the hospitals, we do appropriation for the schools, we do appropriation for all of the local materials that we need them to function as a government. Now, when you come to salaries, when you talk about the huge salary, no lawmaker makes less than, 7,000 United States dollars. Nobody. Your take-home salary is 5,000. That's just misinformation in the public. All the people making 7,000, 10,000, 15,000. No, it's not true. We're taking home 5,300 and change with 240,000 Liberian dollars. A representative that have a huge burden on your shoulder. So I think it is worth for them to take that money. Because if you just try to calculate our responsibility and see the responsibility we have, those that come from Sando, from Maryland, how you expect these guys to assess their area with $5,000? You have just said it. The economic condition of our country is very challenging. Now we have better restaurant from $18, maybe from $13 we're going to $18, $20 almost. And now in Liberia, most times you will have to handle some of the responsibilities that you need to handle. If no drugs in the hospital, my responsibility during the budget process, I should ensure that money is placed in the budget for the hospital. That's why a lawmaker like me wrote the Ministry of Finance along with the LRA to appear before the legislature to inform us whether our revenue numbers were performing, because I was concerned. When somebody said to me, JFK did not have current, and there should be no reason why JFK should not have current, because it was budgeted for. So the LRA boss came and said, no, our numbers are performing. So finance has to answer the question. So that's my responsibility.
So my follow is simple. You are saying to the public listening to you, to your constituency, who are poor, to ordinary people who are at hospitals, who JFK was just complaining about resources, that look, we deserve to get this pay, but their conditions have not changed. So what are you doing to change their conditions? You're taking care of yourself. You deserve the pay.
No.
Hold on, let me finish. In this exchange, you allow me to finish. You got a chance to respond, but you cannot manipulate or control what I say. So let's be clear, okay? So you take care of yourself. You give yourself a reasonable pay. You got beautiful cars. You got staffers. You go to the best places, but their conditions are not changing. And you stay there. The next year you be there. The year after that, but their conditions remain the same. That is why I asked the question: are you a change agent or you are status quo? Because what you just said, you basically tell the world, I'm an agent of the status quo. They pay good for us. Our situation good, but their conditions are not good. Their conditions are not changing. What have you done to change that? What can you do to change that? That's my question.
But
rephrase the question. I'm being more specific now, and it has to do with not only about the issue of JFK. Have you increased the budget of the institution? Tell me, sir, me, Marvin Cole, because of my role, I make sure the budget for these health systems were 10%. I increased it to 25%. That's the record I need. What is your record on those issues, on the people conditions? Well, that's my question to you.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to do a choice of words. Your words will be your words and mine will be mine. And it will be left to the public for them to judge. For a lawmaker to have $5,000, and you said that you are trying to continue to make yourself rich and richer, and then they keep the people poor. No, that is not a fact. That's a misrepresentation of the fact. Because a lawmaker should be well taken care of, that will not have the temptation of getting involved into corruption, because you are on the very spoon saying that lawmakers are corrupt. So if they pay somebody $5,000, then it's a crime. So if you come here and then you are paid $100, then I ask, if you are paid $100 here on the Spoon Network, then what happens to the poor people? What happens to the man who's standing down there, who is a janitor, who is a security, and he's paid $25? How you feel coming up here and you get $100? Now, let me go to your question. I have just said to you, when it comes to education, let me be specific. Bond Technical College, a community college in Bond County, were operating something around 750. Right now, they have 1.5 million in the budget. The intent is for that money to go there and help the ordinary people, so we can have the stationaries in the schools. Now, go there, look at the educational budget. Look at the health ministry budget. Now, look at the agriculture ministry budget. Over $3 to $4 million extra additional went there to help the local people, to help the farmers. Now, let me come here to even the capital building that we're talking about. The first time a speaker that J. Funanti Kofa said that no official government, with the exception of the president, the vice president, the chief justice, should ride vehicles that will be up to 90,000, including us, the speaker and the deputy speaker. All other official government should ride car below $45,000 to $40,000 and below. That has never happened in the history of our country. That's one of the milestone achievements under the leadership of Funanti Kofa. He led that, he championed that. Now, when you talk about the $100,000 per constituency, it was difficult for all to have that. It has not been placed in the budget. The money is intended to affect the lives of the local people. So thank you very much.
Well, but let's be, and I'm just doing a follow-up. I'm hoping that you will realize that there's a growing crescendo of noise and concern and resentment against how the lawmakers are taking care of, and the ordinary people are left to rot on the sideline. They are left behind, and other guys are going ahead. And I think that they have not seen any major changes. For example, the same old budget, you pass it, and the same old process will happen. So what I'm trying to say, basically, one example is auditing the House and all these things. So I want you to line up some reform issues that are so important to the lives of ordinary people and say, I'm on that side. I stood for this. I stood for that.
Let me, time 1 minute, please.
Right.
Let me just go to the House of Representatives that I'm from. Mm-hmm. When we took over under the leadership of J. Funanti Kofa, the speaker, the first thing, we have had disjointed salary structure disparities at the House of Representatives for the past 3 decades. Funanti Kofa said, if you are a sweeper and you are doing the same job that sweeper 8 is doing, if it's $100, it should be $100 across the board. If you have a BSc and you have the same qualification, performing the same task, there's no reason. Let me tell you, Stanton, one of our secretaries in a place were making $1,800 United States dollar, while other secretaries were making $200, $300. Honorable Funanti Kofa, through the chairmanship of the Rules, Order, and Administration, said, no, this is wrong. You have to standardize the payroll of the House of Representatives. The first time, now we took the gasoline company that Honorable Cole was talking about, where directors were making $178. Some of them who got cars. He said, no, this is unfair. You have to take them from that level and bring them to $250, the least in central administration. That's what the speaker, through the committee, they've been working on and they started to implement. So now, as of now, we are not talking about the reform that you're talking about, that somebody is in the maintenance department who got nursing degree, somebody is in the accounting department who got civil engineering degree. Those are misplacement. He said, look, you got to put people in their proper field of study and restructure and revitalize the central administration so we allow people to exercise the knowledge that they have acquired from the various studies. So those are some of the things this leadership have been able to do.
I just want to go back to you. You made a very great point about these structures are taking place in the House, right?
Yes.
So basically, the House is telling us that there's a health disparity between cities people in Montserrat County and Grand Gila. There's more medicine in Montserrat, less medicine in Grand Gila, but we'll focus on the disparity in the House and more our own employee. So you forget about the people innovating. I come in. You don't have to say we speak in English.
Okay.
Basically, you are saying we look at the disparity in the House. Some people making less. Let's take care of people in the House. Some people making more. Let's solve that problem. But you're not telling me here we're solving the problem of a guy who's a health worker who is paid 10% less. We will increase it. Most of your argument about being a change agent, about the reform is the reform in the payment in the House. Not even the reform about rules, about auditing the House, not even reform about any change in the House. You're talking about taking your family out of the country. While thousands of people are left to rot in decrepit health system. I'm just trying to say, you're confusing and conflating your role in a way that validates the people's fear and resentment against the House. You are saying we're trying to change about pay we're trying to correct our pay problem in the House. They pay people also. We'll come to them. We'll come to the teacher who is paid less. We'll come to them later. But we're taking on reform. The reform is how much you getting paid. If my man, a brown engineer making 1,000, he's going to make 2,000. That is my concern. I want you to respond to that.
So, but let me tell you, there's a simple saying in our country that charity begins at home. I cannot be telling people in Grand that you have to correct the people's salary when my secretary under me have disparities in their pay system, because you remember the 15 sub-political division represented at the House of Representatives, at the legislature. So for you to do anything to impact the entire country, clean your house first. When you clean your house, you have the responsibility. What is my responsibility? When we have civil service salaries coming, the IMF, the international body say you don't allow your wage bill to go up. But this government, the Joseph Bada government, campaign on the increment of the teacher salaries, the nurses salaries, and what have you. Now we say that we have to push the people's salary. But the first thing we need to do, clear your house. You just spoke about audit. For you, the rules of equitability says, he who comes with equity must come with clean hands. When I'm going in Katama's house to chastise him, to tell him to do the right thing, my house must be clean. I must chastise myself. The rules of the game must be applied to myself. I cannot be underpaying my people. My people cannot be living in abject poverty. Then I go to tell the people, you have to pay the teachers in Grand Jude. Watch and see this budget that is coming in October. We are going to make sure we correct that. So the first thing, what have you done since you took over the administration of the House of Representatives? We've been able to standardize the salary structure. We've been able to put people to where the education of people's salary not commensurate with their education. Not where somebody who did statistics, sometimes, Katama, they got in research coordinator and check. He was office assistant when he had 2 master's degree in statistics. And he was office assistant. Somebody who have a degree was boss for this man.
Marvin Cole, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We want to say that we will push another few more minutes here because we got to get there. We got to get there. It's getting interesting. Thank you for sharing the show. We have Honorable J. Marvin Cole, District Number 3, Bond County Representative. The first time, listen, there's no holds barred. We got to talk everything here today. When we leave from there, then we'll be friends tomorrow. But I said thanks to Katama and thanks to the guests. Folks, share the show, please. Share the show. Invite your friends. We are moving. The next person, the next guest will be the Honorable Managing Director, Sekou Dukle from the National Port Authority, Republic of Liberia. He just arrived in the country. He's making his way to the studio. We're keeping our drone on him. And once he hit the studio, we will bring him live to you. But let me go. Let me ask you something. Let me ask you some question here. It's very important for us to dig deeper. I want to talk about the general picture, but I want to finish up on the gas is 700,000. I want to know what are your sedition or what are your NPP. I want to know your talks on the yellow machine. I want to know exactly what's your plan for the request of $42 million. We will come to it. The nation want to hear that because you're very close to Thomas Fada, you're close to Fanatikofa, you're close to Dixon Sibo. We want to know the mindset of you guys when you receive that $42 million request. I think it's between 42 to 60 million. The first down payment for yellow machine. Your thoughts on it. But let me finish up with this. Honorable Marvin Cole, let's talk about this. I put this diagram up, sir. Can you explain to us? Let me put the first one up. This is where my question coming from. Edwin Kaki. Who is he?
Come again?
Are you seeing what I just put up?
Yes, I'm seeing that.
So the name in blue, is he your staff?
No, he's not my staff. He's staff of the House of Representatives. So everybody who works for the House of Representatives are represented as chair on Rules, Order, and Administration.
So is he working at your station in Bond County or is he working at the
Stanton. Let me say this to you.
Please,
every Liberian that is qualified to work has the right to work. So it doesn't matter who they work for or where they work. As far as I know, this gentleman, whoever he could be, he works at the House of Representatives, and that is just it. Whether he works for me or not, it doesn't matter. So is he qualified? Is he competent to work at the legislature?
I'm not speaking of his credibility. I'm not speaking of his competency. I'm not speaking of his credential. I'm asking you, does he work at the Capitol building or for your radio station in Bronx County?
My radio station. Somebody told you that I have a radio station?
Oh, this is Spoon Network, sir. This is Stanton. Can you just go back? Does he work at the Capitol building, or he work for your radio station?
Somebody told you that I have a radio station, or I supported a community radio station.
Okay, so you want to put it under the community? I would take that. Does he work for the community?
You asked for the document. You stand
up.
Honorable
Cole, and we are talking. Let's talking. Because the nation listening, everybody listening. Sure. If it's not your radio station today, say it, and let's move from there. Does he work for J. Marvin Cole radio station in Brown County?
No, J. Marvin Cole does not Stanton's to put your question, your answer in perspective of what you want to ask. J. Marvin Cole does not have a radio station. So he doesn't work for me. He works for the people of Brown County, and he works for the people of Liberia. He works for the people of Lofa. Whoever works in the Capitol building works for the entire Republic.
No. We understand that. Let me go back again. Let me put it up again.
Okay.
The radio station in question, does it belong to the community or J. Marvin Cole?
No, it belongs to the community.
That's a community radio station. Thank you. This gentleman, Edwin Kaki, does he work for the House of Representatives or the community radio station?
But Stanton, pray tell me, do you expect me to know 800 employees of the House of Representatives, where they work and where they don't work? I don't know how people get jobs at the Capitol building. It is not my responsibility.
You are saying that you don't know him. You don't know him.
No, listen. It is not my responsibility if Stanton is working at the House of Representatives to ask you what you are doing in Grand Bassa. We got precedents. People have worked in different counties and they decided to leave from there and come go for greener spatula. So if this guy were opportune to work at the House of Representatives, should I question him? No.
No, it's not the argument yet. I'm asking. Now let me change the question. Do you know him?
He doesn't work for me.
Do you know him?
He doesn't work for me.
Do you know him?
I don't know whether it's the Edwin Kaki that I know, the name that you have there. From the name, I will not determine if there is a Stanton Witherspoon. I will know that this is the light skin or the fair skin.
The Edwin Kaki that you know, where does he work?
Come again, please.
The Edwin Kaki that you know, where does he work?
I have seen his name on the payroll that you have, so I will believe that he works at the House of Representatives.
Thank you. Listen, I love your correction, and please, it's nothing personal. We just got to bring it up. Let me ask you the next question on this chart, sir. Yes, the chart. I think you can see it, right? Can you see it?
It's not clear.
All right. So my question coming from this, if you can see it, I can read it. It got the date 6/12, 6/13, the total amount, for fuel whatsoever. The balance of the money for fuel. Is there any leftover change on the fuel, and what do you guys do with it?
Stanton, I don't think the House of Representatives should be reporting on Spoon's network. I think you should have some level of respect and credibility for the House of Representatives. If we are to report, we report to our colleagues and to the public through different medium, not on the radio.
Honorable. You're working for us.
Anybody could write in a paper and put it on. You just show anything of the House of Representatives.
I agree that you are correct, but you're working for the people, and the people asking you question. I didn't call you to report to me. The people asking you question. I am asking you, leftover on the fuel, leftover on any money. Where is it? And what do you guys do? You reappropriate it or what? You got to answer because the people asking you.
I don't know, Stanton, whether they are left over, and those who tell you they are left over, probably they have the leftover. For me, I don't know anything about leftover.
So there is no leftover on any of these different procurement, any of the different money that you talk about.
Those information that you receive, that gasoline leftover being given, I don't know about them. Those who say that they have it, probably they are receiving leftover. But whatever we receive, the appropriated and the aftermath, and those persons that are supposed to receive, they receive them. Things that those things supposed to go to, they go to them.
So let me ask you my last question, because Ketema got to come in. I have to squeeze you with the yellow machine. I want to put a picture of the gentleman called Edwin Kaki. If it is true that he worked only in Bon County at a community radio station, that he is not your radio station, as you said, and he's on the payroll with the House of Representatives, what would you do? I mean, is there a conflict? No? Can you help me understand?
I don't understand what you're saying. If he's working at the radio station,
the community radio station, the one you said.
Let me just say this to you. I did not want to go there, but it is a compulsion that I go to the question that you are asking.
Please.
I have had a situation where from Prince Moy radio station, a guy called Mohammed Melvin Quadna were on Prince Moy's radio station. Prince Moy's brothers were in the central administration, live in Bon County, and the 54th hour I met him at the legislature. I believe in my mind it was his right and competent to work. It should not be for me to question him or remove him because he works for somebody else.
No, but it's not an argument here. The argument here is that he doesn't go to work. He works only at the radio station. So how can his name be on a payroll? He getting paid from the House of Representatives. He doesn't.
I will be investigator if it is true he works at the radio station that you. But I just said to you, there is no radio station in Bon County called J. Marvin Cole radio station.
No, I agree. We pass that. I agree. And
I'm saying to you, anyone, as far as our lecturers at the various department concerned, every employee of the House of Representatives sign in and sign out. That's a standard and a procedure at the House of Representatives. So whoever will be giving the information, except we investigate the lecture. If Edwin Kaki is on our payroll, he's not going to work and he's not signing out, then there should be no reason he should be on our payroll. But it doesn't matter. Stand down 1 minute. I know that you know in the very great United States of America that you live, people are there working to 4 or 5 different areas. So it's not a crime.
It's not an argument. I'm not saying he can do 3 different jobs. I'm saying the argument here is that he is not working. He's not coming out of the House of Representatives.
He works if you have to have 3 different jobs and you need to be to one of those jobs from 8 o'clock in the morning to 4 o'clock, and you go to the other one Saturday and Sunday, now that's your prerogative. It's not a question for me to ask anybody.
So you are not the owner of Voice of Bon County. You are not the owner, right? Just to be on the
record. It's for the community.
Thank you. All right, and you got a document to prove that it's for the community. It's not for Marvin Cole.
You can ask Mr. Paul Saleh, who also a very big businessman. He's represented the community. There are people there. You can ask them for the documentation, the article of incorporation. You will never see anything or any of my family in an article of incorporation.
Thank you very much, folks. Again, we're winding down with Honorable J. Marvin Cole, District Number 3, Bon County. The man that what's going on with your caucus, man? It's like you guys are fighting. What's the G's here with the Bon County caucus?
Well, the G's in our caucus is the very people that you campaign to bring them to power. They've lied to the Republic of Liberia, and they continue to appoint incompetent people to various positions. For example, they removed the land authority commissioner in Bon County, Mr. Victor Brown, and tried to replace him with one guy called Queen Cassette, who was one of his supporters during the campaign. He took his wife and placed his wife on the LPRC board. This is the rescue you're talking about. So I thought that should have
Prince Moy.
Prince Moy. These are the things. They went to, you know the history. They went to NASCAR to us, the deputy director. So these are some of the things I saw, and I thought that I should not be part of such a caucus that will say Honorable Cole is part of this and we're going to be mad.
Are you a sedition?
For the marriage, I can say yes, but I come from the MPP and we collaborate.
You say who's the marriage because James Barney left with CDC. Are you still part of the marriage?
James Barney or Senator Barney does not own the MPP. For me, I still believe that marriage stay on and I hold on to it. So James Barney doesn't control me.
Are you one of those? Are you saying that you're part of the my bigger Ketema? Listen, Ketema, this honorable Ben Brownie, I got a Jamie. Okay, I got a Jamie tonight. Are you still saying that? Okay, you one of those that welcoming former president George Manuel back into the party, into the leadership, that you encourage him to run 2029? Are you one of those saying you still will get married?
We have this record of saying that he doesn't want to contest, so I'm not going to support President. We are second term bid if he said that, because until he said it, He comes out to say he wants to be
You are
president.
saying you are not supporting President Barker's second bill.
I don't know whether Barker will go for second term.
President George Manuel's second term. You are not.
Because I am taking the former president by his word. He said he will not come back to politics. He's not going to contest. So I am saying I'm not supporting him because he said, if I cannot be supporting you when you say you don't want to be with Spoon Network anymore, I'm not going to support you. If you come out to say, yes, I said I don't want to be part of the Spoon Network, but I reconsider my decision, it would not be all would be upon me to make a decision. So make a determination.
I beg you.
No, I don't want to chime in. One second. No, send away.
I beg you.
No, let me get President. We are called into Freedom FM, and actually, so Abraham Weon, and actually said that what he said was that he's open when the people ask him to run, he will run. So that argument is basically mute now. So he's basically saying what he said. He tried to qualify what he said by saying at that moment he left it open. So it's 50-50. But the point is, you still support President Weah presidency. If he intends to run, will you support him if he intends to run?
No, that would be a question to that answer will come around 2028. It's not time for me to say so because I take the president by his word. So we don't come to discuss whether President Weah comes back in 2029 or he doesn't come by. What he said.
As of now, you are not supporting his coming back because you believe that he said he's not coming back. All right?
Yeah, well, of course, I'm not supporting his coming back because he has said.
What if you get fanatical fire? Will you advocate? Will you fight for the fanatical fire? Leadership, stand-up leadership, running in 2029. Are you a fanatical fight guy that will support him to run for president?
Look, let me say this tonight. Stanton, from the time I met Fanatical Fight in 2018 up to current, I know him to be a very transparent young gentleman, and I know him. He seeks the welfare of his followers. And if Fanatical Fight opt for any position in this country, I will support him.
Okay. So what about CDC comeback? What do you think about CDC comeback? From setback to comeback?
Yeah, that's a very good. I want to encourage and want to say a very big thanks to the people who came up with that when they said the setback to comeback. So meaning that the downfall of a man is on the end of his life, even though CDC were narrowly defeated and we accepted it because of our democracy. And we are believing and hoping that if I continue in a marriage which I am holding on to, 2029, Joseph Barker in his life will do the same thing, including Stanton, Witherspoon, and Katama. They will be able to do the same thing to say, look, give power peacefully as George Weah did. That was the standard set by George Weah. And I'm hoping, which I'm very, very optimistic about, based on what you guys are doing, 2029 will be former government.
So that is quite interesting.
Why is he attacking me?
Marvin Cole, you said something quite interesting.
Yes.
And you've been a player on the political scene. I know that you're a strong supporter of Nathaniel McGill.
Yes.
Follow McGill. Huge supporter.
Sure.
In fact, you want to McGill attack dogs. I used to follow that process. But I'm asking you a question. Now we're moving from setback to comeback. But what caused the setback? Can you tell us what your thoughts about the setback?
I believe we need to be honest. It was the internal wrangling. It was the lack of coordination, the lack of cohesiveness, a power play, the CDC. At a particular point in time, CDC lost leadership and everybody was doing their own thing. There were a lot of disrespect. And, in our local saying, people, officials in the government were very mean to the people. They were not reaching out to the people. The burden was on former President George Weah head. So I believe a CDC as a coalition will put her house in order. And there were a lot of disrespect from some of the officials of CDC to other political leaders, and they felt disenchanted. So I think that was our setback.
So based on that, basically you listed very insensitive to the conditions of the people. Basically, they were mean. They do not follow the rule of law. They were corrupt.
I did not say they did not follow the rule of law.
You said there was no order, no system.
No, I didn't say so. I said within the CDC.
Yeah.
We're not quantified and qualified. I said within the CDC, there were no cohesiveness. There were a lot of power play. There were a lot of disrespect among them, people who are the players.
but the rule of law were being respected outside of the CDC.
So you think there were no governance problem, governance missteps that led the people to revolt against the CDC?
Precisely, there were governance problems.
And what are some of those?
No, there were governance problems. Yes, problems, and that's why Stanton and the likes of you guys took advantage of and propagated the message that we are failed and we should be able to be ousted from power. But listen 1 minute. There is another thing to lie to come to power, and there is another thing to continue to lie to cover or lie to stay in power. That is why giving Stanton and your lives hard time. But I can tell you some of the missteps was the CDC did not deliver on all of the promises. That was what?
Like what?
Provided some of those basic social services, the nurses' salaries were not totally increased as they expected, even though more than 4,000 doctors' salaries was increased. And then the hospital did not have the adequate medications, and those were the things that you took advantage of. You promised the teachers that you're going to increase their salary, that chalks and the instructional materials for reading in all of the public schools, which were miserably filled in 6 months. That schools, no chairs, nothing going on. There's just the same thing that CDC did that took them from power. Unity Party has scored at least 85% the first 6 months in the 6 years CDC had.
So there are a lot of people listening in radio lands across the world. Yeah. That's why I like to capture some of the most essential moments.
Thank you.
And you do it. So one of the things you said was issue of failing to produce results, basically missteps in governance. Now you say they're coming back. You want them to come back with all the problems again back to the country?
But you know why? They say
all the things you listed, all these problems.
Do you believe that they're saying that wise man's changes? You know that?
So
you learn from your errors. And I know that CDC is gradually learning from her errors. And that's why they say setback to a comeback. Because they have started to identify those tools that cause the setback. And that's why they are saying, no, I will have to come back. Now you can see the cohesiveness, you can see the coordination, you can see people, the respectability among the citizens and the leaders. That's what's happening. The centrality of this conversation is CDC, if she attempts to come back in 2029, you're going to massively win. Let me just show you one of the major tools that you have given the CDC. Can you imagine Stanton have been questioned to ask a question? This is the first ever in the history of Liberia that you go and take machine, that you take it from behind one horse to come and say, oh, Baba, I find a machine, you can't pay for my plate. What the conferences? Is it a
let me ask my question. Let me ask my question.
You can pay for it. This is kind of Liberia?
No. Cole got to come back. Marvin got to come back.
This is a Liberia you can pay for. I don't want to believe so. Oh, you didn't campaign for them? No. Oh, okay, but something was on the radio campaigning for the UP. Now the president goes in one time.
Let me ask you my question. No.
There's a big town.
Let me come in.
Listen to me. So you are saying 17 million map-up exercise.
No, we're not going to 17 million map-up exercise.
Listen to
okay, go ahead.
Listen to
no problem.
17 million map-up exercise.
I hope you don't take Douglas time.
A massive corruption. Don't worry about Douglas. Don't read one of the bereaved.
Sure.
Don't distract us. Don't bring out here. We'll not fall for it. All these problems, unreported death of, uninvestigated death of auditors. So you basically say, is that why you're coming back? Now, so what has changed? So these people that are engaged in massive corruption, they have all of a sudden become transformed and they are becoming new men. They are coming out in new plastic bed, new things they're coming. Everything has changed. So you are telling the country that these men just 6 months ago, with all the billions of dollars, U.S. sanction, U.S. indictment on investment, that when investors enter the country, they pocket the money, that the hospitals were falling, people were enriching themselves. Today, these men have changed 6 months. What are they coming back with? What is different? What have you learned different?
The time is lovable because the problem that I have with my friend, and maybe we're going to make new friends today with Stanton, is he was campaigning for another set of thieves. Those guys who looked at this country and asking them to come to power. Now, while you were there condemning another group of people, let me just tell you, you talk about the unreported deaths of auditor. See what happened to King George, just in Grand Cayman County. The police could not exercise maximum restraint. Even though if bullets were shot, they returned and killed innocent people, harmless people. Did not happen the George Weah time where police took gun and shot somebody and killed them? So where are we going? I don't want to believe this is the country Stantons were looking at when we were campaigning, talking about rescue. Let me come back.
I'm not going to go there.
No, Santos, don't rush. 1 minute, please. You talk about the $25 million map-up exercise. Now, we are not talking, you're talking about $25 million error in the George Weah administration, which the Liberian people sanctioned and took us from power. But here is the president that a Stanton Waterspoon campaign for. Went and met one mafia somewhere in one of the Arab countries, took his machine and said, I will go shopping in that row and they will buy it. Stanton?
So let me ask you a question. Listen, you know, seriously, you are doing excellent. For our first engagement, I
Sit down. I gave the man D. They said they're excellent. What's going on with you? I got to give the man D.
No, they counter attack.
You're struggling.
No other report, no procurement process. This is the first. Let me tell you what happens with the yellow machine. The standard that the president wants to set, let me tell you, I will vote against that. And if a single Liberian dollars was to go to pay for that machine as chair on rules and order, we will ensure that no more procurement process in this country. We will shut down the PPCC, that the president has come up with a standard that you can just go and pick anything for anyone.
Marvin Cole, District number 3, Bon County representative. Let's talk about the yellow machine. It's very important.
Thank you.
Right?
No, sit down. So just 1 minute. Marvin Cole.
Yes, sir.
Asset declaration. Have you published your assets?
You want me to forget?
The man, your president can't declare asset came by saying lie. He made mistake. Then you can asset declaration.
I beg you, because
people want to destroy it.
I think Sekou is walking in now, or he's already in the studio. I don't want us to waste that. I beg you.
Sure.
Let us be serious. We're receiving information between $42 to $60 million. Requests have been sent to the speaker. I don't know whether you have seen it. If not, let's talk about it. Will you approve that request as a first payment, down payment for those machines? Now, understand, the machine at the port, some of them already at the port. You're saying this guy is a gangster, he's a mafia, it's your choice of war. I don't know him. But will you back and approve that amount, $42 to $60 million from the executive, from President Bouaka, that you must pay for this machine?
Let me say this to you, Stanton. If it were $5 Liberian, I would not approve it. It is about procedures, it's about standard. All of us who are in public offices, there are a lot of standard requires of us. Mr. President, you told the people that the Constitution was being violated, even though we know that you are violating the Constitution of Liberia everywhere, removing people to replace with incompetent people because they campaign for you. To go somewhere, when I said a mafia, I don't know the full detail. That's what I refer to one mafia, because this kind of arrangement has to be a mafia operation. So, my man, let me tell you, my country, I the president right now. How sure are we that is 42 or 60 million? Probably all of those machines could be 1419 machines that they just painted and sprayed and make it look good. It was outdated and the factory was trying to get rid of them. And then they went to one old man, Bouaka, and said, look, I'll go there and pick up my counterpart and I know nothing. And at 10 million, I will tell my people that 60 million in office the document. I'll go there and people want to roll. They don't want to say anything. The electric society, they're not educated. They're electric society. So let me carry it. They come back and force it in the throat of the Liberian people. As a lawmaker that got voted, elected, more than 19,500 votes, I would have never voted that kind of money to go to one institution that I don't know. You know what it does? It undermines the credibility of our institutions. Like the PPCC, what is the procedure? What do we follow? it suggests violation, no respect for rule of law. That's why President Bwaka is telling us. No, standard, it's not because you are hungry and you want to eat. If you don't eat, you're down. Then I should take a bunch of coke caterpillar and they can't shop in your mouth, say that the food are available, eat it. You say, no, I don't eat caterpillars, so I'm not going to eat it. Even though
Let's
I
talk
choose
about
to
the
die.
last thing. And listen. This is why we do the one-on-one. We totally against time, so we spend a few more minutes with you. I see the Honorable Sekou Dukley is in the back, ready to come on. Let me ask you a quick question, J. Marvin Cole. The issue remains the buses, the display tool. Some people say test. Can you talk to us about the buses?
I don't know anything about the buses. But there is a procedure. If you got asset of any government institution that is out of use, for an example, what we do here is you go to the GSA, which I've written also. If those materials or those equipment are not usable anymore, you tell the GSA to dispose of those materials, and we'll just follow those procedures. But I can tell you, honest fanatic Kofa, in the next 3 months or so, 2 months or so, we will have more than 2 to 3 new brand new buses at the grounds of the capital to dignify the staff force that he's leading. Because charity begins at home, and that's what fanatic Kofa is exercising.
Okay, Mr. PR for Fanatic Kofa.
No problem. Well, come.
But yes.
I will accept it.
I mean, Fanatic better do well with the public relations. I mean, he's been hiring a lot of PR people. No,
I don't know that.
But here's the thing, though.
Yes.
LPRC, there was issues about EcoBank loan.
I wrote that communication.
Yes. I saw the communication.
Yes.
And then there was supposed to be discussions. You the chair of rules and
order.
And then there's suspicion by a lot of people, including some groups, that for some reason it left the radar. It must have been prompted or driven by a concern why Melvin will raise this issue, and this issue began to claim public attention, and suddenly they began to disappear from his radar. That is a question that was sent to me by an important media executive who felt it was important to ask that question. And I've also seen a series of comments related to that. So would you like to address how the whole process?
But let me tell you, when my communication came as a result of the violation of Article 34 D, talk about all loans, gold, whether, and I am now writing and proposing the amendment to that PFN law, even though I understood from one of the constitutional lawyers from outside of Liberia and one of them in Liberia that the Constitution provides that we can dedicate some of our authorities to people. But I believe in my mind, I'm not a lawyer, but everything that has to do with the Constitution, if you have to do constitutional amendment, they should go to referendum. But let me tell you, I saw this, got this information that the MD, Mr. Amos Stewart, went and negotiated this loan of $7 million, and then finance ministry gave guarantee. That is the violation of the Constitution. We're talking about under Joseph Bwaka's led government. And I wrote for them to appear and tell us where did they get that authority from. Then somebody comes on and say, oh, the PFM law. It's clear that any law that contravenes the Constitution of Liberia is null and void. So that's not a law in my mind. So it should not even be practicalized. So I wrote, and then the speaker, when the honorable gentleman appeared, the Vice and the Minister of Finance were not there. My communication said that they should appear concomitantly, but he did not come. So other people insisted that he should appear. Now, in the moment of appearing, he provided information in documents, in a volume of documents to the speaker. The speaker said, no, we cannot hold a hearing because for me as a lawyer and a speaker, for you to give me a document while you are almost on the stand to speak, I will seize it. That is authority. Let me seize the motion for this man to appear to explain. I will read the communication and I will ask him to appear. And you can better show he will appear on Tuesday to explain because the speaker has read the document. Also, in the leadership, we've read a document and we have a
But the document, I'm going to interrupt you because we already got to go. We got Sekou sitting in the back real quick. Your turn, please. The document you are talking about, we broke that news on the LPRC. It was done under your government, the CDC government. It wasn't done under Amos Stewart. Amos Stewart didn't put it on the site. I beg you. Yeah. If you want to interrupt, say information, we'll take that words from you on the floor. You say information, I will start. Go ahead, say information.
I should go.
No, but Senator,
No, Senator, enjoying the thing. Senator, let me tell you. Let me say this 1 minute, please.
No.
The CDC government Katama, they may have already given me this time, please. I mean, we don't have time. They may not have time. Senator, you want me to?
I see what
You want me to?
Go ahead.
If an arrangement were made by the CDC-led government and that money were not taken, and you told us that what we were doing as a government was wrong, that what the Liberian people should not vote us, and the Liberian people listen to you. You cannot go back.
No, it's not my argument. What I'm saying to you, let's talk about the origin of this request. It's from CDC government. Now, your argument is saying that, but Amos Stewart, you beat us and say it was wrong. Don't take it. Then that's your argument. We'll wait for Amos Stewart to appear on Tuesday. We'll listen to him. But I was just reminding you, we broke the news. I have all the documents. It was done under the George Manawiya government. 1. 2, let me finish with this. You signed on the budget that just passed, the 2024 budget. You signed on it, yeah? You say it was okay.
Come again, please.
The budget. You signed on it, correct? You approve it, correct?
Yes.
The argument right now is that within the budget, you gave power to the president and the executive to use 25% of the road fund money to purchase yellow machine. Is that true?
Oh, but if I authorize the president to purchase yellow machine, does that mean that the president should violate the law? There are existing laws.
Do you know?
Yes, it's true.
Marvin, I want to have you on record. I beg you. That'd be easy.
It's true.
You authorize Marvin, I beg you. All the beating your stuff that we got to do. You authorize President Bouaka to use the road fund money, 25% within the budget line, to get equipment. Is it true?
Yes.
Okay, so then what's your argument? That you have given him the authorization, now you want to bid it. What's your argument then?
My argument here is you are authorized to purchase 100 vehicles, but there are laws to leading to purchasing the 100 vehicles. You must have competitive bidding process, since as the law requires, not to go behind the scene and deal with one mafia and take our money and place it in the hands of the wrong person. And the 25% of the road fund, does that 25% equate to 43 million or 60 million? No.
Okay. Can we agree? I'm going to bring in Sekou once he's signaled me. Sekou, if you're ready, just give me a thumbs up. I will bring you on while we transition from Honorable Cole to you. Do you agree that this whole vendor is taking a risk? Nothing signed, nothing on paper with you guys, and he just sent all his machine to Liberia? Is he taking a risk?
That's what makes the vendor to be a mafia vendor, because no good businessman, no sound business person will want to take risk of 40 or even $10 million. You would not want to do it so easily. And the president, the chief executive officer of our foreign policy, that is the president of the Republic of Liberia, through his minister of foreign affairs, had just told this man Liberia is a place that you cannot respect. We can put anything there. You can just dump anything into Liberia.
I want to transition with you, but I got to wait for Ketema. Let me just bring in the Honorable Sekou Dukley.
Last I said, I don't you can't embarrass her with. We're talking about. That embarrass her with it, man.
Also, Jim Marvin Cole, I will wait for Ketema before we let you go. Let me just ask my question. Sekou, welcome to the show. We're going to make that smooth transition. I know you know the Honorable Cole. You can say hi to him. Honorable Cole, you can say hi to the port director, though.
We have him there. Honorable Jim Marvin Cole.
You take out the face cap back here. I know you're bad.
You see me, I'm not running away. I'm not running.
Yo, but you running, my man. You scared of the people.
What's up, man? They say one thing, other people that you call CDC people from the port, and you're sacking all of them. Is there the CDC people?
Jesus, that won't happen, man. Come on now. We got about 2,000 employees over there.
Just kidding. But on a serious note, because I'm about to leave, Stanton, this doesn't show any credibility for the rule of law. This president, for his 42 years Messick experience, it's just been displaced in the 6 months of our leading of our country. Now, there's the man who can go to procure the machine. I mean, those machines. Believing that they gave me the authority to go buy, so I can just go buy from any mafia and come and say, if you were authorized, they agree that your argument is true. I didn't want to debunk that. Then why is he writing the legislature to approve the purchase of these machines when he was authorized? Meaning that the president is aware he was misled. He did not follow the PPCC procedure. He did not follow any competitive bidding processes. He did not follow that. He did not come back to the legislature for that agreement to be ratified. He did not do it. Okay, that's not loan. But to go purchase, we already authorize you to purchase. You must have had PPCC procedures followed. The last one I want to say to you before I leave from here, Article 34B, D, when we talk about the loans, this is a bad thing. Let agree, Stanton. These are the things you are saying that CDC government did. We have realized our mistakes. We have repented. We said, "Look, we are coming back to power because these guys who campaign on lies, they lied to us. They have now come to power. Their lies have been exposed." Stanton, you will not continue with this lie. You know the nurses' salary now increase. The teachers' salary now increase. You are lied to the AFL.
No, I want to hold you right there. I want to hold you right there because I know you're about to go. I did this. Let me hold you right there, Marvin.
You see the I'll
give you a few seconds. I'll give you a few seconds. But when we had James Cole on the show, you were able to call in. I want to give the time to James to say something
no problem, no problem.
Before you go. Representative Cole, you live. Talk to us real quick.
Thank you, CEO, and I'm privileged to be on the Spoon Network once again. Before I go further, I want to say good evening to my big brother, Honorable Marvin Cole.
Yeah,
my allegation against the leadership in my mind was never dealt with. When I appear, I talk about the need for them to account to us the FL gasoline in the tune of 352,000 plus. The creation of
please, I didn't get that number. That number.
Our not making our electronic lab available by leadership experience at the HOR. Those were issues I stressed on.
I wanted the gasoline number, please.
I'm not going to redress to it.
Can you repeat the gas? Can you repeat the gasoline, Honorable Cole? Because we're almost done. Can you repeat the gasoline amount, the first amount you just spoke of, please?
The amount of the gasoline I'm talking about, he knows it. It is within the paper that I have in my possession is prepared by him. This is the amount of $357,663 worth of gasoline remaining. But that's not the main issue I want to stress on. I just want to say to people that those are issues that they focus on. But on the issue of the payroll, we have people on the for the HOR, like the case of Elwin Kaki, who worked for Voice of Bond that is owned by Representative J. Marvin Cole. That is
the representative said he's not the owner for that radio station.
What I know is what I'm saying. If you check on 668, you see Solomon K. Soare as medical director. He doesn't work in nature, but he's on the payroll. Solomon Soare is the former development superintendent of Bond County. You come on the payroll again, you see one of his guys on 329, J. Clarence Fopper, who is a research officer according to them. J. Clarence Fopper is one of the spokesperson of Roko in Banga. He doesn't come to work. He's on the GOL payroll. You also come to page number 322. You see as a holder, he's captured here as research officer. He doesn't come to work, and he's in Banga. These are people who are not coming to work. You also further down, you check on 716. You see Victor Vaughn, another research officer. He doesn't come.
So because we don't have enough time, I have the other guest. He's seated. I beg you. I beg you, Honorable Colette. Honorable Colette. Yeah, real quick now.
We used to be at the broadcasting system as media advisor, earn $1,000 per month on the HOR payroll. Since after the Red resigned from the HOR, went to the Labrador broadcasting system, I've never seen at the premises of the House of Representatives. But for the month of June payroll, he captured on 321, earning $1,000. These things are unfair to the Liberian people. It is not because Representative Cole are privileged to sit on the committee as rule or administration chair. You take people who are not working and put them on the payroll, and we don't have a loss of time. But in Banga alone, I can name you more than 10 persons on this payroll. Besides that, people are being laid off, not following the right procedure. Right now, if you see the death rate in the HOR recent, it is high.
Okay, so Honorable James Collette, because I have Sekou Ducle from the court in studio, we have to give him his due time, but we say thank you. We allow our Representative Cole to do his closing, and he'll try to address some of those
So Stanton, thank you very much. That's what I told you, there are inherent contradictions in the gentleman's accession. Number one, we received $690,000 for the entire House of Representatives gasoline. Now, each of us gets $6,000 $3,000 per month times 2, that's 6,000 times 71, that's 426,000 from 690. How can you manage $426,000 from 600? Stanton, I don't want to waste your time, but I know that you can judge for yourself.
Please, let's get going here, Honorable Cole.
Yeah, man. Don't be embarrassing us here. If you subtracted 426,000 from even 700,000, you will still be having 357,000. It's not possible. That's simple mathematics. Nobody need to even tell my daughter who at Aware International, who in the 7th grade, could just tell you the answer. The second one here is James Clare. Stanton, you can remember when he admitted to you that I recommended somebody that on the payroll. I went to Honorable Cole. I said, I got one person. Please help me. You can't be criticizing the very thing you're part of. Then what an equity now? What a good thing.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You what you talking about it?
Honorable Cole, thank you very much. It's good to have you.
Let me close and leave, please.
You don't finish closing yet?
No, I'm finished closing. Sekou, I hope that you guys have a good time on the show. God bless you all. And I'm hoping that good guys that you will try. You know, Stanton is highly embarrassed. Go to church, pray to God that the Liberia we wish for honor is Joseph Baga, not the Liberia. As I close, that constitutional authority will be destroyed for the sake of partisans, that the LTA, that the NASCOP, all of these things. The Liberia we wish for, they're not the Liberia where a police officer will look at citizens that agitating, that protesting for their right and shoot and kill them. The Liberia we wish for, they're not the Liberia where you will go procure yellow machine or no PPCC procedure and bring it and say you will force it to that truth. God bless Stanton Watersing and the Spoon Network. God bless you.
Stanton Waterspoon, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable.
But it was a good show. I appreciate the fact that he joined us to clear some of these things. A lot were discussed, but it's good to have you, Sekou. Ketema will be back. He just had to run out for a meeting. So we're going to handle this the best way we can. We got a lot to cover. Again, I want to say thank you. You just go back to the country. You're the president, and you have to run straight and get on the show. I mean, what say you? Welcome to Spoon Network, man.
Thank you. Thank you, former CEO. You know, your former CEO, Madam Titi, is the CEO now.
No problem.
She's doing well. I want to say, on a serious note, thank you, Stanton. Thank you to Chief Abdullah Kiatamba. I know he's not on. You'll join us here very soon. A wonderful, pleasant good evening to you and your listening audience in Liberia and all over the country. Thank you. So let's get into it.
Let us get into this thing. A lot of information came up concerning. Let's start bit by bit. We'll get into it. But it is. But it is important for us to say at the end of the day, no, that way you can come back if you like to talk about John us. Simple, what's going on at the port? The accusation when you appeared on MACAD, on ELBC, on OKID FM, about the $6 million and money back to the government. I want to give you the chance to clear up because you have not spoken since, and then I will ask you the question, please.
Excellent. What's going on at the port? The ports are getting better. Under the president leadership, he promised the Liberian people almost everything. I mean, from where our country was, he campaigned that he was going to be transparent with our people. It's under that umbrella of transparency that we are talking about revenue numbers. We're also talking about expenses that we've made. And to do that, you also have to talk about when you manage your expenses from revenue, you got to talk about cash balances in your bank account. So we stand by the numbers we gave the last time. Under our leadership, I mean, we are encouraging investments in the port. We are protecting property rights, both real and intellectual property. We are encouraging capital and infrastructure investments. We are digitizing and automating our ports, and we are making our ports one of the safest, friendliest, and to do business in the MRAU basin.
So let's talk about the banners. At which bank is that? Echo Bank? Am I correct?
Echo, all of our combined bank balances. When we spoke the last time, were about 6 million. When we did the 2 million.
Let me address this issue. Let me address this issue head on.
Yes, sir.
How much did you give back as
we were able to
contribute to government?
$2 million United States dollars.
How much do you have if you consolidate? After you spend the 2 million, what's your balance sheet look like? How much the total balance? If you care to tell us, because we are receiving information that you're probably going to be in the negative. Is that true?
In the negative?
Correct.
That's stretching it too fast, Antonio. When we spoke on that day, don't forget, after the 2 million, the account balance will have been adjusted. And after that, there have been some expenditures. I just got into disclose. It's fair to say we haven't spent more than $1 million since we last spoke. So it's fair to say as of today, we have about 3 million in our combined bank balances. All of the bank, EcoBank, GT, SIB, UBA.
So what's the thing about the 6 million? Where it came from?
Again, all right, let's start all over. Where we get our money from, is that what you're asking? So
did you make any announcement about 6 million generated for the port?
No, 14 million generated in 5 months.
Okay, so talk to us.
The numbers we gave you did not include June numbers. So from January to May, the total revenue generated at MPA, all of our 4 ports accumulated came to about $14 million.
Continue. Yes, it makes sense to me. So I just want to go in the numbers.
And since then, like I said to you, we've been making some expenses on staffing, which is the expense we have. Staffing, and we haven't done a lot on fixed assets, but just from staffing and operations and everything else, it's fair to say when we spoke the last time, we had about 6 million, and we contributed 2 of that to the national coffers. So we're left about $4 million when we spoke, I believe, on Tuesday.
If it is true, after you gave the government the 2 million, you just said maybe 3 million. Now you're saying 4 million. What's the last time you checked? Was how much? Was it exact?
Well, don't forget when we spoke, like I said, approximately, Santa. Okay. Approximately 6 million. When we deduct what 2, I would say approximately 4. And since then, I mean, don't forget, Wednesday I was in Buchanan. I mean, both Wednesday and Thursday, came back Thursday. We flew to Ghana. I barely got 4 or 5 hours of sleep. We flew to Ghana Friday. We came back, and then we just actually and then drove to the president's house. And I'm here with you. And
so let me ask you a question. Thank you very much for even pushing this. Let me ask you a question. At the end of the day, Freeport generating her own money. Freeport making a lot of money here and there. Let's go back to you accusing the past government, Betwawe, Dana Nimbo, that they never ever put any money in the government account.
That's not what I said. Come on. Of course, that's not what I said.
CDC running, they are running with that. That's what I'm saying. As it is.
I mean, they ran with a lot of stuff. I mean, they ran with a lot of stuff here that haven't been corrected. I can speak to you right now. There's an audit report from the central bank. I mean, if they want to run with something, that's something that they should address. But when I spoke to you, with what data we have in our hand, total contribution to the national budget in between 2018 to when we took over was about $4 million. That was about $4 million.
So you are now, so just to be on the record, they make some contribution, but it was little compared to your first major contribution within 4 months.
Yeah, against Central. So the stage we're trying to say here was, I'm not trying to go back and compare what they did throughout. I mean, they are behind us. The president is concerned about rebuilding the country. The future is what we're concerned about. What we're telling you people were in the interest of transparency since we got here. In 5 months, Stanton, I'm not making this up. I can furnish you the bank statement if you can sign an NDA that information will not get out. We were able to successfully.
No, I can't. Please don't give it to me. I cannot sign no NDA.
But let's not get into what they did. But I'm telling you, and I got absolutely no reason to lie to you, my brother. What we did in 5 good months, we raised $14 million, excluding June numbers. By the end of June, we'll adjust those numbers, we'll update it, and then we'll send it to the public.
How much was left in the how much you met in NPA account from down?
A very good question. Very good question. It's a little over $1.2 million. 1.2. About 1.2 million.
They are saying that they left a little over 2 million. You are saying a little over 1.2. So where are we on the document?
On February 5th, 2022, 24, when we took over, we have met a little bit over 1.2 million. Again, right here, I will ask my finance people to send me those numbers. They are up. I can get those numbers for you momentarily. It was never over 2 million. Never.
Okay, so we'll mark that down because to tell you the truth, those were some of the argument. Let me branch off a little bit and we'll give them a chance to.
We should be forward thinking a little bit, yes, let's be forward thinking where we met MPA.
No, but we gotta, we gotta go back in history to establish our way forward for the future. Okay, so that's what we are doing. Let me ask you a question though. The EcoBank account is where majority, the bunch of your money go, correct?
Yes, most of our money go to EcoBank. Yes.
How much balance in the EcoBank account as we speak?
As of today, this day?
That's the last time you check it.
Let me see here, Stanton. I get the bank. I get updates daily, almost daily. Bear with me for a second here. Give me next question, Stanton. I'll find out for you.
While you find it, let me ask you this question. Let's talk about it. Dama, you want anything to do with this banking something? Then I want to move to Cooper Cry Law Firm. You want to add anything?
No, not really. When you're done, I have a question concerning the road network leading to the Freeport.
Okay, yes. So let me while you find that, folks, again, thank you for joining us. We are speaking to the managing director of National Port Authority, Sekou Ducle, who I have never met, I have never seen in my life. And but let me ask you some serious question here, Sekou.
Please.
What accusation about the Cooper Cry Law Firm? I know Minister Crab tried to clear that up, but they said we have some checks, we have some invoices, we have some payment slip that payment were made to them. Can you help us? You the one got an agreement and you signed some document with them, or it was the past government?
We, like Minister Cross said, that's a relationship that started back in 2001. When we got there, we met bills on our deck that we needed to pay. And since we have a bunch of cases, the right to go back and pay some of those bills and pay and be current so that they can represent us in court. So let's take, for example, we have about 161 leases and lease contracts at MPA. 126 of those contracts are out of compliance. They are bogus contracts. For them to be able to review those contracts, we needed to pay them, and that's what we did. So,
and you read those contracts on your deck, correct?
The relationship with Councilor Cooper Kura, and we're not making this up. We made that relationship existing. Like he correctly said, it started back in 2001. The law firm is Henry Kura and Associates.
Dama, can you put my document up, please? If you can.
That the minister is anyway affiliated with the operation that's going on right now, I think it's absurd. But for us, we didn't start our relationship. We met it there. It was only right that we pay some of those bills and stay current as of today's date. They can continue.
Are you still in agreement with him? With the law firm? Not Cooper Crab, but the law firm.
With the law firm, they are our retained outside lawyers. They are.
Is he part of the law firm?
I can get into that. Like I said, he's in government. I think the right thing to do is when you're in government, you accuse
I
yourself.
mean, you have seen the paper. You're the managing director. You have reviewed the document. Is he part of the law firm?
The law firm said Henry Crura and associates. That's what it says.
So the crowd is not the crowd is son or the crowd, the daughter, or the crowd is Cooper.
I think the Crura was original Councilor Crura. I think this one of the sons. I know Prince Crura, but I talked to a few lawyers. I'm not going to call their name for a lot of different reasons. But I barely speak to Councilor Crura these days. I know him. For disclosure, I know him. I barely speak to him these days because he's in government, very busy at the Ministry of Labor. But I talked to the lawyer firm. They've been representing us. I know you're here. The 11 people that were fired for the reasons we stated, we actually just won a case against them. So they were able to work overtime in making sure that we are able.
I understand, but now you are in a position to do business with him continuously, or you say, listen, I'm in government, you're in government. It's a conflict. Do you see that as a conflict with his name being on top?
I do not, because he's not representing us daily. But I mean, in the interest of transparency, that's a relationship that we can definitely review.
And what will be your action?
Let me review that relationship and talk to both my internal lawyers.
That's on the face value. You know, the backlash coming down to say you are working with them. It's a conflict. His name is on it. Is he recusing himself? Will he stay on? I
think it's a relationship worth looking at. I'm not going to sit and tell you what we'll do. It's a relationship worth looking at. And we'll be able to talk to our internal lawyers, to our board, and see if we should move on. But as far as I am concerned, they have been doing a very good job for us. And evidence of some of the job they've been doing is we won our absurd case against those 11 senior employees who sued us a couple months ago.
All right, let me come back since we finished. Let me slip over to Kenjo. The payment to Kenjo, what was it? What was that for?
That was part of our corporate social responsibility. Something with the Lone Star. You remember? I don't know if you noticed.
Correct. With Kobangalu told me about that.
All on air, thanking us for what we did. It's just one of those things that there was a horrible incident that happened over in Kinjaro. We sat over our people over there. We felt sorry for them. And NPA has about 300,000 in CSR money, and that's we were able to expend some of that money to them. We reached out. There's evidence of that. There were a couple of journalists who went there, communicators. We reached out to the senators involved in that county, and that's what we did.
Were the senators involved in the handover of the money?
No, we didn't give anybody cash. We did not give anybody cash.
Who did you give the check to?
We didn't give a check. We were able to buy rice, I think, food kind, and a couple of some cash, like bring that here and there. We didn't take a check and give it to one person and say, you know what?
So the argument that they are saying we didn't receive a dime is true.
Who are saying this?
Folks from Kinjaro.
I mean, I haven't read anything about the people of Kinjaro. This is politically motivated. I mean, the folks on the other side, I'm not going to call their name, are angry because of all the issues we've done and what apparently we've levied against them. The only thing they can find is from $14 million raised. If the only thing you find in that $14 million raised was the transaction at Kinjaro, then be my guest. I'll be on any given day.
No, but the question is, we understand that you raised a lot of money and you're going to raise more money. Just recently, within a short period of time, you have 1.3 million in the Echo Bank account. You raised money in just a few days. It came up to a little over 2 million because you have.
Let me please allow me to interrupt you. As of June 28th, on Friday, we have about 3.1 million combined in our bank accounts. And I think the difference here is monthly salary is about 800,000.
Yeah, so you must have saying the same thing with what you raised within a few days prior to you leaving the country.
No, you were talking about bank balances. So I sought to give you, my job was to give you the right number.
I say about Echo Bank. Echo Bank reporting right now that you have a little over 2 million because you raised some money to bring it up. So we are saying the same thing. You are correct.
I don't know if we're saying the same thing. We have about EcoBank, SIB, UBA, GT Bank, same combined bank balance.
Okay, so let me go back to Kenjo. It's very important. And I asked you, who did you give the money to? You said no, you bought food and you bought other stuff. Who, the group that work along with you, who are they? Which group?
My okay, so the Kinjal situation, my deputies, we worked with a couple of imams in that area. I know Mike Jabate was on that trip. Minister Mike Jabate was on that trip. I know a couple of guys from the Grand Kingma area, Charles Yates. I can say his name here probably. Imam Krai from the National Imam Muslim Council or Imam Council, and Senator Daba was involved. She was definitely involved in that distribution. I mean, and I stand by the transaction we did over there, and we were able to respond to.
But the check, the Dama, can you please put it up? I beg you. I want to go back to the check. Whether it's your deputy or you or your assistant, whosoever that issued the check, it came from your authorization. Who received this check to buy those items that were given to the people of Kenjo?
Stanton, the way it works is we have a policy over at MPA. If we are doing CSR work, especially if it involves communities, we don't take that money and give it to someone, one person.
Okay.
So think about the former controller that we let go because of all the reasons we stated, him and my chief of staff, and I think a few of my deputies, our IAD people, our internal audit people was able to query that transaction, and they met all of the threshold of transparency, and I okayed that transaction when I checked, and they executed that.
If you say they, who you put the check in? Who received the check?
My deputies, I don't have the name of the person that received the check. Like I said to you,
after they received the check,
we put a group together, Stanton. We put a group together, a team together that was going to respond to the issue that happened in Kinjo. We put our group together.
So this money got nothing to do to paying the bereaved family, right? They have nothing to do with paying the bereaved family.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It wasn't our work to reach out to the bereaved family to compensate for what happened to them. It was our way of saying, you know what happened here? I mean, I know Grand Kingma very well. I know Kinjo. I've been to Kinjo. It was our way of sympathizing with what happened to them. And like we said, why did they select the issue of Kinjo only? They only selected the issue of Kinjo because it was easy to make noise on that one. Why can't they challenge the issue of our national team, the Lone Star?
Yeah, exactly. Because the national team, we understand what's going on. The national team receives money.
Absolutely nothing over the center. We are very transparent at the MPA. We have a high performing team of high integrity people. That's what.
Why at the NPA, since you've been there, why is this? There's so many leaks on checks, on receipts, on everything.
I mean, okay, so put it this way. Very good question. Put it this way, Stanton. When they took over, I didn't want to talk about my predecessors. When they took over, they met about 400 employees at MPA. They left MPA with 2,000 employees. It's fair to say 95% of the people that brought over there are still loyal to them. We can't fire everybody by working in there in 5 months. What we've been doing is to look for high-performing people, qualified people in those roles, gradually reduce the workforce. So most of these recommendations at our board level right now, the board will look at those recommendations, approve them, and we will eventually downsize to make MPA sustainable. Again, the leaks are there because there are folks, 95% of the folks, from my own estimates, are loyal to the previous government.
But you're not going after them. You're not firing them. That's not what you're saying, right?
That's not my posture. That's not the president's posture. No, we're not going after anyone. I mean, I'm very apolitical. I mean, I got flagged from the UP folks when I got in that, I haven't pledged my loyalty to them. And I always say jokingly to everybody, I'm 100% Joshen. I mean, it was because of President Barker that I got into politics. It's his leadership style that I'm following, and I'm loyal to him. He happens to be part of the United Party, and I sympathize with that party. My parents were a member of that party. My dad was a lifelong member. I have almost 90% of my family's member of the United Party. So it's fair to say, in the not too distant future, there will be some news in Bombay County on what happens as far as my future with the country, with the UP and the government. So it's fair to say I lean UP, but I'm pretty apolitical when it comes to my operational desire and how I want to run. Me and my team want to run the MPA. We're very apolitical.
Let's talk about.
When it comes to that stuff.
Yeah, let's talk about MedTech, Sekou. Your position.
You broke out a little bit, Stanton.
No, I said let's talk about. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you clearly. Yes, sir.
So let's talk about MedTech. I think
Yes, yes, sir.
folks are saying that you have shifted a little bit. We will get to CTM, but let's focus on MedTech. What's your position?
Well, I didn't speak to anybody on MedTech. I can tell you, I'm not.
The reason why they are saying that you skipped the MedTech hearing, but you're telling only the CTM hearing. So talk to us.
I did not get an invite for the MedTech hearing, and the reason is we are not the supervising authority of MedTech. It's with LRA and Commerce Ministry, so it's not within our jurisdiction. If you
So
ask me,
what's your position on MedTech?
I mean, it's a messy contract, Stanton. It is a messy contract. There's conflict between MedTech Dubai, MedTech Liberia. There's the issue of 20% that's withheld over in Dubai. There are issues with MedTech not having a full functioning staff over here in Liberia. There's a lot of issue with domiciliation of funds. I mean, I say that to you to mean that if I was the one handling that contract, I would make significant changes if I were to stay in Liberia.
Like what? Like what? What would be some of your recommendation if President Barker asks you, because you're running the port?
Well, they promised to build a destinations inspection site or DI site in the port. Since 6 years ago, they haven't. For us to make the port and LRA speak as the unit, we need to have a functioning tax collection or duty collection agency. And MedTech have not lived to all of everything that I'm just telling you about. So I mean, that's my position.
Do you think the government should keep MedTech?
I mean, from what I've told you, I mean, I'm not going to speak about what the government should do, but I just told you I spoke a bunch of private issues that I have with MedTech. So if I was over there making decisions, if those issues are not corrected, I think we should go.
6 years. Do you think they can ever make correction on those issues? 6 years. Your colleague, Model, Commerce Minister, he asking that the government keep MedTech. LRA Buzz, Double Jala asking that the government keep MedTech. You run the port. You oversee all the port in Liberia. Seriously, you run the gateway to the nation. Do you think the government should keep MedTech?
I think the government should permit MedTech to live into the terms of that contract. I think the government should force MedTech to make sure that they are. I mean, every payment in that contract should be made in Liberian bank account, and whatever portion that the government should receive from that contract, the government get it. I mean, I'm not going to tell you here today what they should do, because I think I will be preempting what the president will do. He has all the information. Let's have him make that decision. Let's not be the one to say, "Oh."
We beat MedTech though. Sekou, you're not stranger to the media.
Yes.
From wherever you were during the election, we beat on MedTech. Yes. We beat on CTM. We said it was a wrong deal. We said that the CDC government was very bad. What's strange? If now we are saying that they should live to the commitment.
We also say it was a very unfair contract the way it was structured. But since I got in, we've been able to review that they also went through both PPCC and I mean they haven't violated PPCC and PFM laws. That has been established. Now it's different. You can come in legal detention and still be delinquent on your obligations as far as a concessionaire or another party to an agreement. So everything that I just listed to you, Stanton, can tell you exactly what my positions are, but I don't want to pretend what the president will do. Let him be the one to make that news.
Yeah, but they have not committed themselves to the agreement. They have not committed themselves to the laws. They have not committed themselves, MedTech. They have not committed themselves to everything that they said they were going to do. Money in offshore account, money here. Then I mean, we said it was a bad deal. We said people eating at 20%. We put it on the late Thomas Donan. We put it on, or how you call him, Samuel Toy and the rest of them. So why should we even think that Commerce Minister Model should make such a recommendation here in Double Jala? Now, the first thing, get rid of CTN. They were recommending that the president get rid of CTN and keep MedTech. I mean, what say you about CTN? Are you in line with the recommendation?
As far as no, I mean, like I said to you, I tend to not speak about what I don't control, but I just told you all the issues I had with Mete, and I believe the president asks his economic advisors to review all concessions and contracts. And I can tell you, I mean, I speak to a lot of people at the Ministry of State. The president have on his desk recommendations that I can tell you if he's looked at them, but he's going to, in the not too distant future, review those recommendations, make the right decision as far as where we should go as a country.
What about CTN?
CTN, I mean, CTN, what's about it? What do you want to know? I mean,
Are you recommending to keep CTN?
If they agree to the terms that we are proposing to them, if they
What's
agree
your
to the terms,
proposal? What's your proposal?
we are going to propose to get at least 20% of the gross revenue that they are collecting. We are also proposing to them.
I mean, what is on table right now? How much?
We are collecting just a little over 3% standard, and I told them that was a non-starter. That was a non-starter.
You want the government liability to get 20% back?
The MPA to get at least 20%. At least. That's the base. At least 20%.
Okay.
They should also make it cheaper, and they should also make sure that, I mean, all money paid to CTN are in Liberian bank account, so that that can help us with foreign reserve issues and our currency issues and so forth. So they agree to those terms, and then we are also going to reconcile our accounts. When we got there was some, there was some balances on that account. We'll reconcile that and make sure that that account is zero balance before we do a renewal.
Have they agreed to your terms?
Not yet. We are going to finalize that. Like I said, it's at the Senate level. Our posture has been anything that comes from the executive and the Senate recommendation before us and our board.
Do we need MedTech and CTN at the same time?
CTN has to do with cargo tracking extension. So for ISPS reasons, for IMO and WTO reasons, we need CTN at the National Port Authority. Now, MedTech, as you know very well, has to do with duty collection, revenue collection for imports and export out of our country. They help LRA collect fair share of those taxes.
Why can't LRA just directly collect the fees? Why we have to bring in MedTech to that extra?
We don't have the technology and the capacity.
If that is the case, then why Double Jada saying get rid of CTN? If what you explain is knocking on wood, true. Why are they saying get rid of CTN?
I think that, to be fair to the commissioner and both the minister, their posture have changed since we last deliberated. We've been able to educate ourselves on the necessity of those with CTN, and I think that changed. The commissioner has now we've been talking about how we all can work together and make sure it works for the MPA and the Liberian people. Make it cheaper, make it efficient, make sure that all money paid to that in that contract is paid right in Liberia, right here.
So you're not telling the nation tonight that all these recommendations go through MedTech and CTN.
If CTN will be renewed, I can tell you those recommendations will have to go through for it to be. If not, bring me back extended and I will explain myself.
So if all the recommendations are accepted, you are telling the Liberian people that CTN and MedTech will stay.
I will speak about CTN. Like I said, I'm not the jurisdiction. I'm not the supervising authority on MedTech. On CTN, it's directly within our shop. I can tell you what me, our lawyers, and our folks over there have been looking at. Well, all the numbers we looked at, it's fair to say we have to get at least 20%. We have to make sure it's also cheaper for a port user. Don't forget, we are all port users. Somewhere down
do you think we can get a better deal out there with the exception of the CTN and MedTech? Do you think we can bring in some new companies to get a better deal?
It is. I think we can. But our dispensation is noise extension. Our politics is messy. So let's work with what we have here, make it better. To tell you that you can go bring another company out there in this country right now, the way everything is structured. Just imagine 5 months in, everybody's is already expecting the president to fix all the problems that we got in the country. To have anything extra than that, it's going to be very, very hard to go through. So let's hold who are here accountable. As far as when I'm speaking about CTN tonight. Based on what I have on my decks, based on what I do know, let's make it better. Let's make it work. And don't forget, one of the big pluses of CTN was they were very instrumental in making in that $100 million drug bust. It was because of CTN we were able to make that bust happen. And whatever happened after that, we'll leave it to the last administration. But if you see, We know exactly what you're generating. We know what you need to do. Make it cheaper, make it workable for our people. Our people are suffering a lot. And the president did campaign that he was going to make sure the cost of doing business is cheaper for our people. The port is the friendliest and safest place to do business. And that's what we're doing at the MPA.
Let us branch out a little bit on the rest issue. Where are we? You were in one of those meetings, or both meetings with the president and the rest importers. I mean, what's the message out there? Rest price is going up. Rest price is going up, and it's getting crazy.
Well, I know. I mean, do you want to? I mean, I know what's in the president's head, and I know at the port what we've been working on. I'm on the rice committee. The president assured the Liberian people that he didn't want any price change, and he also assured our people that there will be availability of rice in the Liberian market, and that's what we've been working on the back end. With prices, there also it's fair to say there've been 25% export tax added onto all import of rice into Liberia from India and to the rest of the world. And also shipping costs have gone up because of everything that's going on in Israel and Russia. So on the price side, I mean, we've been looking at a couple of models, but we stand by the president. He's going to make sure that
if the president comes and say not on my watch, Mr. Director, the president come and say not on my watch, I don't want the rest price going up. Is that enough to say they won't carry the rest price up? Let's be fair with Liberians now. Is that enough?
I think Stanton, the president been around when it comes to agriculture, rice. I mean, you can't lecture President Barker on those things. When it comes, you can't lecture him on any of those things. What I can tell you today is the president asked us to study the market, study trends, study all the issues that are making rice prices expensive. We've been reporting some of those to him. The president will look at the data that we're giving him, and I believe we'll meet with the right importers, and we'll come up to a price that works for our people. But I don't think the president will consider.
Are you saying that rice price is going to go up, though? It's going to stay up, right?
What I'm saying is I don't think the president is going to negate the current problem that we're having around the world to say, you know what, security paribus and economy holding everything constant. I will make sure that no, the president is smarter than that standard. So let's give him all the data. We'll sit down with the
you are on the committee, Mr. Ducle. You are on the committee. My question to you, from what you are saying, rice price will be up, will go up. Are those things coming up in your recommendation from that committee?
I want to away from speaking for the president, but I can tell you, when we talk to him privately in the meetings, we are giving him data that we believe he's data driven. He will look at those data.
No, not the president position now, because the president will come to that when he gets there. I'm asking you, as member of this committee that was set up by the president, you see the prices of rice going up and staying up there.
Stanton, what I've been working on at the port is to make sure we have enough storage facilities, making sure we work with APM in lowering the cost of importation. So what APM was telling me the other day, well, you know what? If the people can containerized rice, for example, containerized rice, one of the biggest issue here is demurrage. So a rice vessel will come over there with, let's say, 40,000 tons of rice. It takes about 30 to 90 days to upload that. Think about $25,000 a day, and times it by average about 60 days. So APM folks are, you know what? If importers can containerize their rice, discharge can take from 60 days to 2 weeks maximum. We can put them on flatbed and move them over through the Amoco gate so that the process of discharge and transportation is cheaper, thus affecting the overall price of rice. So I'm saying that to me, the president understands data, he understands number. He can say, oh, I'm going to negate everything that's going on and tell the Liberian people that rice price will be $10 today. Let's get away from that standard. The president will
I agree with all the different arguments, but on the serious note, we just want to be on the record.
True,
Mr.
True, and I'm with you.
Managing Director.
Yes,
you are not saying that this thing will come below 1650, are you?
No, I can't. Of course not. Come on. Looking at everything,
you are not saying that rice price will remain at 1650, are you?
What do you mean by 1650? Explain that.
$16.50.
You said 16. Oh, 16.50.
Yes, sir.
Let's have the commerce minister come and speak to the price of rice, please.
You are on the committee. You're trying to find a reason.
I'm not
to
charged
present-
with announcing the price of rice. I'm on the committee.
But we all can agree that the price of rice will go up or remain up.
Stanton, the minister has been working 7 days a week, 24 hours around the clock. When you come to Minister Moda today with any proposal about bringing rice, he's signing your IPDs today. When you come to him about the ease of financing, he's working with you to making sure that you are accessing money easily. So he's going to come back. The government will come
What's
back.
What's the price of rice on the market, Sekou?
I mean, wholesale is 16.50. And one of the issues we haven't talked about, Stanton, the president can make all the announcements in the world. One of the places we've been having price gouging is the retailers. They buy this rice, I mean, about 16.50. They go and sell it for $19, $20. So the enforcement department at the Ministry of Commerce, the inspection enforcement department have been looking at that also. They have been milking our people, and I believe the minister said to me the last time that people that were doing that, they'll auction the rice on the spot for $16.50 and move on. But I even think there should be tougher penalties for that. If you are caught cheating,
so we understand. We understand, Director. My question is that it's very important for the Liberian people. You are not being definite as to the price of rice going up or coming down or remaining stable. You want us to believe that the price of rice, your recommendation from the committee, Mr. President, we got a lot of different stuff happening around the world. We believe the price of rice will be $18, $15, $19. Is that true?
That's not the recommendations we're making. We're telling the president that when you took over here on January 22nd of 2024, events have shifted against us fully. And those events will predict that there will be shifting in prices. But I'll leave that to both the Commerce Minister and the President to make those pronouncements.
Okay. Listen, and that's what I'm not going to push you, but I'm just going to throw one last thing in right now. If you go out there retail,
you're doing a great job, Senator.
No. Listen, I got to get something from you. I really do. Let me ask you about other issues about LRA. Through all your investigation on MedTech, sorry to come back with MedTech, don't you think LRA can do the work MedTech doing right now?
Of course, Senator, the commissioner has been very engaged with stakeholders. I know he's talking to USAID people to help with capacity building. Don't forget, 6 years. I mean, this country lost precious 6 years, Senator. We were level. I mean, in 2024, we don't have the right technology. We don't have. Let's give the commissioner at least a year or two. He's doing the right thing. I mean, he's working with everybody. He's recruiting the right people to making sure that we build our capacity. You can come and say, "Oh no, LRA will do this," but to be able to use the right dividend that you want from that dispensation, you need the right people and the right technology. I can tell you what we are doing at the MPA. We are going to bring scanners that's going to help the LRA with people that are cheating the government. Under declaration is heading our economy with tax generation by more than almost 50-50. People are getting away with not paying almost 50% of their required taxes and duties in this country. So at the port, we are working with partners and other relevant agencies in making sure we have these scanners. So if you say you're bringing something worth 10,000, we'll be able to scan it to make sure that if you say it was 10,000 pieces of battery, we'll make sure that not only battery, you're bringing battery, but they are 10,000. Anything more than that, we'll find you pay your required taxes. So we're going to help LRA.
And thank you. But are you also recommending the $14, the amount charged by APM terminal be reduced for the rest?
That has been our request from day one. In fact, when the president won, when we got to MPA, the first meeting we had with the folks there, we told them that it's the president's position that he doesn't think tariffs should go up. But then APM also have in their agreement automatic tariff increment at least once a year. And what they are telling us are their labor escalation rate is about 7 to 8%. For them to be able to adjust for paying those escalations, they need to make sure tariff increase at least once a year.
Will you be one of those directors that make recommendation that we should subsidize this race input of money, like it was done during the CDC time, 11 million, 22 million here and there? Are you pushing for any
From the
subsidies?
records I've looked at, I mean, subsidy hasn't worked. It didn't work then. I mean, we don't believe, I don't think it's anywhere in our recommendation to the president that we should subsidize the importers. I mean, we should make subsidy available to the importers. What we might say to the president would be, let's subsidize transportation. So let's say 1650 here, we want the rice in Sano to be wholesale 1650, retail maybe 1750. The cost of transportation, transporting that rice, part of our recommendation could be let's subsidize transportation. So you pick up 1,000 bag from Monrovia, take it to Harper City, Maryland. We'll give you a coupon when you arrive over there to wherever you deposit in that. The government pays you that. But again, that's just something that's working.
But it's in form of subsidies, though.
But it's not to the importers, because for the importers, it's hard to verify.
What if the importer say, I want to take my rice, I want to take the rice to Harper, and you give me that amount? Will you say no?
I mean, I haven't found any importer that's in the transportation business.
Or what we can never tell.
Just the truckers union.
Yeah, but $14.85 per ton, that's a huge money. And if you can reduce this, it will help the price of rice to drop, correct?
And we've had that discussion. APM issue here is it's in our contract, and we are a law-abiding government. We respect all concessions, all agreements, all contracts. It's within that contract.
Talk about let's shift a little bit.
About that $14.85.
MD National Port Authority, Sekou Dukle, folks, we want to say please share the show. We are realizing having this conversation with the managing director, Sekou Dukle. Are you the youngest MD so far?
That's what I've heard. That's what
you heard? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
My
So
kids
you got to be proud of yourself. It's a great appointment made by President Bouaka. But let me jump to the yellow machine. I mean, what do you know about the yellow machine?
I am only what I do know is the president did, signal us that there will be the arrival of about 285 yellow machines to the country. Now, I worked at the port. I work at the port center. All I've been asked to do is, when you receive our yellow machine, Mr. MD, please make sure they are kept properly, somewhere secure, until we are ready to take them away. That's all I know about those yellow machines.
How many have arrived so far?
Discharge started today. I don't have the raw numbers. We just got back from Ghana, Stanton, but I will be able to give you that information.
Are they all arriving at once, or are they coming by segment?
Have the PA to accommodate it or to bring everything together. No, they will come in batches. The last time we received 11 trucks with some of the lubricants, connectors, some parts that came in. They are at the port now. I believe what's on this vessel, and again, I don't have the documentations in my hand, between maybe about 20 to 30 pieces. But let me stand corrected. I'll give you that information, the media that information tomorrow. Discharge is ongoing.
So right now you get 20 to 30 pieces.
Yes.
Do you have the document to the shipment?
We don't work at the Ministry of State.
You're the managing director of the Freeport. You should have all document of every ship coming through the port, correct?
We do.
Do you have any document on the ship?
I don't have anything to give you. Like I said, I want to stay away.
I'm not asking for it. I'm just saying, do you have any document?
People at the Ministry of State. But I can tell you tomorrow, I will be able to physically go to the port, Mr. Witherspoon, and count the amount of machines that are there.
So should we send our reporter to the port as a discharge and we count them and say allowed?
For ISPS reasons, for a lot of, let's stay away. We'll be able to report the raw numbers. So you are telling Liberians tonight only 30 pieces came in, maybe 30 pieces. From the estimations I've gotten from the folks that are working on that vessel is between 20 to 30. But we'll do the physical count tomorrow and we'll let you know.
So when are we expecting the next batch?
I will talk to Minister Grisby and the folks at the Ministry of State this week, and we'll let you know. We'll get the manifest, and I will let you know. But they've been working with both the the Senate in both houses and the legislature to making sure that the right procurement is done, the procurement paperwork are in.
So I saw you are saying that you would talk to Minister Grisby. So the procurement wasn't done, but we get the yellow machine, they have arrived.
I mean, you just spoke to.
Are we working backward yet, though?
Again, I was only asked to receive those machines back then somewhere so that they are not broken. Let's wait, Stanton. The public will come and people from the Ministry of State will come and talk to you about how they got those machines.
No, I agree. But don't you think that when you were in Minnesota and we championed this great cause, that we do things, we'll be more proactive, we do things according with the law? You're a young politician getting into the system in politics because of this big job you have. You think the government work in a backward form instead of being very transparent? The machine have arrived. You say 30 pieces came in. So now the 30 pieces came in, but now they are running to the lawmakers and say, okay, we want to give you the document.
Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Dama just brought us something about the road in front of the port.
No. We shouldn't go to the road yet. Let's stay with the machine.
If they are driving on our road center, what the Liberian people appreciate is the president bringing these machines in. I hear from Lofa County. I'm not from Bombay because that's where my parents settled. Born in Monrovia, born and raised in Monrovia, but I haven't been to Lofa. I go back to Bombay, and I can tell you, looking at the conditions of our road, we need this machine center. Or how they came in.
No, I'm not saying we're done, Mr. Director. I'm not saying. I think everybody applaud the fact that we need a machine 100%. Do you think that we need 285 pieces of machine?
I think we do, because the Minister of Public Works was able to, over the last couple of months, work. There were 22 million out on his deck. They were able to pave all the roads, and the president said he didn't want any cutting in on any of our major highways around the country, in the hinterland especially. So after those, the work they did over there, after all of those analyses, they came back and said we need about 295. Now, if you tell me that, do you think Sino County need 19 or Grand Crew need 19 because they are smaller county and less populated? I can tell you, I don't think they need 19, but I'll be more than happy for us to do Sino people road.
So my question to you, we need a machine, thank God.
Yes.
We're so happy that we need a machine, but I'm asking you the question.
Yes.
The transaction.
Yes.
The negotiation.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think the government, the executive branch, went about it this way?
Stanton, something can. Let's give the president and the people at the Ministry of State.
We're not asking about giving chance, Sekou. We're talking about what we beat George. We are on. That's why we are repeating here. We're not asking that President Bwaga don't have a good will. We are not saying that he doesn't know the system. He do.
Yes.
We are not saying that it's we don't need it. No, we know we need it. But I'm asking you the process in which it is done. Do you think it was done in accordance to the law?
I think a lot of lawmakers have complained about the way the procurement is going. And what I would say at this time, let's ask the folks at the Ministry of State to be more transparent with the Liberian people. Let's ask them to be more transparent with the Liberian people. I think they've done a great job in making sure that.
Why should we ask them to be more transparent if we brought them with the mark of transparency on their head? Why should we ask them to be more transparent if they know that it is the law, that they should have gotten in contact with the lawmakers, set all these things in place before bringing the one piece of machine to the country? Why do you think the executive refused to do that, and now you are asking us, you are begging the Liberian people to accept the machine, but accept a bad process?
I think by saying they refuse to do that is not a fair characterization of what happened. I think what happened, we got really excited. The president got excited. He talked to a few people he knows around the world and asked them that we don't have all the money now. We need
the president got excited. The president was so happy. The president running the whole country was so happy to say, we'll not ask the lawmakers because
when
I'm
it comes
happy.
to developing Liberia, President Walker is, he's the most exciting president I've seen. He's the biggest cheerleader of our country.
We understand that, and you know that. I know President Walker. He's so happy to develop the country. He's so happy to bring in the best of the best. So are you telling us because the president was so happy that none of his advisors then told him was to go to the lawmakers to follow the step necessary to get it done right, but to bring the machine and say, now we had 11 white chalk, we have 30 pieces of yellow machine, so therefore we should not pay $42 million after the fact.
That's not what I'm saying, Stanton. What I'm saying is the president did this in the interest of our country. We should allow the folks at the Ministry of State to come and answer some of those questions. Let's leave it there. I mean, they are very hardworking people at that ministry. They are patriotic people. Let's give them the chance. I mean, we can't also come in and say, oh, because the procurement process was wrong, then the entire process is invalid. Maybe one or two pieces might not have added up. But at this point, I can tell you there are lawmakers that they have been speaking to. I've spoken to a couple of the lawmakers privately. They are doing everything right to make sure that the procurement process.
Is this how we should run the government? Say tomorrow, if you decide to run for political office, tomorrow, if you decide, let them be straight with the Liberian people, and to tell you the truth, you know who I am. I mean, did the government drop the ball on this one? Did the executive branch drop the ball on this?
I'm not going to talk about how infallible everybody is. I can tell you that in the interest of seeing this country develop, the president made urgent appeals to people around the world. Some people responded by saying, you know what, we'll send this equipment while you guys do your paperwork. That's what happened.
But it wasn't correct, though.
I can't disagree with you on that one. Like I said, they will have to come. I mean, you'll have a lot of time to come and speak with the people over there to give their deliberations on how that was done.
We've been joined by Abula. We've been joined by Abula Mambe. I don't know why you're looking too small, my man. You joining us from the top. You're looking like my grandson, Levi. You're too small today. What's going on?
Oh man, they're bigger than Levi. Come on, Levi.
Yes, Stanton, how you compare me to Levi, my man? Stanton, how you compare me to Levi?
Oh, man, you're not too small. I don't know where you're joining us from, man.
No, honestly, I using my phone. I just since I knew Katama was not on, I was only waiting to do the post analysis like you requested. But because I saw Katama was not on.
Earlier today, Katama ate something very bad, and I don't want to get it. He's been complaining since this morning, and I forced him. I said, "Man, I beg you, got to come." But Katama ate something. I don't know what kind of attar he drank or something. He been having serious.
He drinks that attar. I mean, I wanted to get into. I want to come back, go back story with him. I mean,
I want us to do the comeback, but let's bring in Mame. I'm going to bring in another person that will be joining us while we wind down this thing. It's 6:02. Which is 10 p.m. Are you home? You're not in the studio, right?
Oh, I am home. I'm home. I mean,
okay. Thank God for that. So because I was concerned about your traffic. Welcome to the show, Mame. We are stuck with this yellow machine, but we got other conversation coming up. So join us, Mame.
Yeah, I mean, I've been monitoring the conversation all through. I mean, one of the things most of the people want to hear about when the MD of the port is about his management and leadership of the port. Yes. What should Liberians expect in terms of, I mean, generating more revenue? What are in the pipeline to generate more revenue? What are in the pipeline to make the free port a destination for, I mean, commodity trade? What are in the pipeline for staff working at the port? What are in the pipeline for port users in terms of how they make things easy for them and they pay their fair share? So can he speak to that? What are in the pipelines? Liberians want to know. Generating more revenue, investment, I mean, paying taxes, making business easy for the port. Speak to that. Let the people hear us.
I appreciate that, Mame. It's good to see you.
So you just got for the
former CEO, he wants to tie me down to all the yellow machine. How you want to get me into how procurement or the Ministry of State standard? Come on now. But Mame, on a serious note, very good questions. One thing that we've done in this country successfully, we've lied to ourselves. So we complain. Take for example, our APM terminal and MPA combined. So a trucker makes more money on a container than MPA and APM combined makes on one container. To take a container from the free port of Monrovia to, let's say, Broad Street, costs you average about $200, $250. If you go in Broadway to our side of the country, It's about 500-600. Why why are you charging that? Okay, in Liberia, no one supervises the shipping agencies. So you find out delivery order at one shipping agency will be 200, 400, and I always say this. I'm not joking with you, mommy. To generate these things electronically costs about $20. Why are you charging our people 400? In extreme cases, they go as far as 1,500 Stanton. 1,500 for one delivery order. One delivery order. So we've been having stakeholders meeting with the Ministry of Commerce, with LRA on the other side, with ourselves, with the Truckers Association, the Brokers Union. Hey, let's put this thing together. Let's have one single window transaction. Come, let's everybody list their fees, and I'll be able to share documentation that I have in my possession. Will tell you when you combine all these fees from truckers to stevedoring people, everything. Let's sit down and holistically look at this and put them in one bucket and see how we can streamline some of this and make it feasible and cheaper for our people. So in our strategic vision, like I said to you, how can you expect your port to be the designated port in the MRE invested a dime in infrastructure over the last 50 years? How's that going to happen? So infrastructure development has to be on the table. I was in Tema. I've been to Tema twice, Tema, Ghana. What they did at Tema, to build a new port center costs about $500 million average. Where are we taking our money from? Our national budget is about, I think, 742. So to go anywhere to build any new port costs us a lot and time. So what some of the proposals we're going to be making to our board and to the executive and the legislature going forward will be, we can reclaim some of the sea land that we have over at Freeport of Monrovia and connect rails coming from Bumi, iron ore rails that will evacuate the ore instead of Western Cluster using our roads and spoiling the bridges over there. Instead of they doing that, we can connect railways to those ports. So reclaim about 50 acres of sea land and build a new Freeport of Monrovia with new bundle warehouses. We're going to rehabilitate the LMC and BMC PA portion of the port so that what? Trade facilitation is easier because 95% of our country GDP comes through the Freeport of Monrovia. So those are some of the things that we're doing. We're going to automate and digitize the ports so that I should be here and see happen over in Grand Bassa. I should be over right in Monrovia and see transactions happening over in Harper or in Greenville, Santa County.
These are big, really big vision. The question there is, how do you raise the money to do it? You have I was listening to you talking about just personal expense is over 800,000 a month. You can correct me on that.
Yes.
How do you raise the money to do it? How do you raise the money to make such an investment? How do you get the support from the legislature, from the executive to raise the money to do it?
Very good. And you know, the pro temp happens to be from one of the port cities. She's from Grand Bassa. We're just having a sad conversation the last time talking about. Then I brought the idea, hey, pro temp, what's about when you guys recast this budget, which I'm sure will be recasted? I mean, include money for the ports. You can see at Buchanan, the breakwaters in Buchanan is falling. That has not been looked at. The administrative building at that port is right on the pier. The last time the tide rose, water will enter in those buildings. So we are going to reconstruct new administrative buildings over there. We are going to do the port layout that will align with our country master plan for the next 25 to 50 years. We are going to ask the pro temp, the speaker, to include money for infrastructure and capital investments for our ports. So I'm hoping, and I'm not saying that they agree, but conversations have been positive. The last time when they had a retreat in Grand Bassa County, we were able to visit with them. They toured the port of Grand Bassa. It was all over in the news, and I have pictures for you people. We need to start investing at least 25 to 50 million annually, average 25 to 50 annually for the next 5 to 10 years, so that we can have feasible ports in our country. And those investments
it's a good thing, but let me just add this. Let me ask you then. I told as part of the
one last point, Senator, I'm sorry, please. You talked about the staffing cost. Staffing cost is one of the things that hampering our growth. You can tell me that, I mean, we are not doing any operation in Monrovia. APM is doing the operation. So we are technically a landlord and we make our money from royalties and from rent. So basically, if we're not doing, why do we need 2,000 people? Why? So
my question, have you increased your staff at the NPA? Have you increased the amount of folks?
We hire a few people here and there.
If you no. Let's forget about the year there. Have you increased the numbers since you took over?
We've hired people since we came in. Senator, don't forget, like I said to you, in 1 year, last year, election year, my predecessor hired about 439 people, just a little over 400 people. And those people, I can tell you, I'm not denigrating anyone. I'm not taking anything away from anyone. They were not technocrats. For us to to have a very high performing team, we need people that are capable of helping us get MPA to the next level. So yes, we've hired some people.
So have you surpassed a hiring rate?
Of course not. No.
Thank you. And because that folks saying that
I would never be able to make that kind of hire. I won't be able to hire 400 people in a year. That's not where our vision is. That's not what the president wants. I don't even think that's what the Liberian people want. For the MPA to function, we don't need more than 500 people at MPA.
Let me ask you about the port of Buchanan, then Mami will
Yes, sir.
comment. As part of the agreement with ArcelorMittal, using the road, using the port, I mean, what's the contribution from ArcelorMittal? Talk to us about ArcelorMittal involvement.
Very good question, Stanton. I will tell you probably we were in Buchanan on Thursday. I think on Thursday. I can tell you for the first time in 7 to 8 years, ArcelorMittal has been welcoming to us. So what they said in their MDA, in their mineral development agreement, they included the oil jetty in that MDA, but we were able to review that MDA without the assistance of any lawyer. We're able to review that. The argument we're making with them is usage does not mean free. In their MDA is there, you can use the port, but it didn't say you can use it for free. But I can tell you, the working relationship with all of our concessionaires since we got an MPA is improving. So we started having successful monthly meeting at the National Port Authority here in Monrovia, and we alternated our meeting last Thursday in Buchanan. And I can tell you, they have been more receptive in making sure to look at those contributions back and then look at the rates, tariffs that we have that our board approved since 2006, 18 years. We haven't even looked at tariff at the port yet. The board is looking at tariff. When they come up with those new numbers, we'll go back and sign operation agreement with AMF for the first time.
I hope you be able to understand what you just said. Usage are not free. So now are we amending something here to bring in money?
We are going to have an operation agreement with ArcelorMittal for the
Is
first
this a
time.
good news, right, my man? I think we.
Yeah. I want you to stretch on that because it's a smart phrase.
Yes.
Usage is not free.
And I said to you, they said to us, Omame, in our MDA, the port was included. Well, but the argument is you can use the port. Nothing in that MDA that said you can use the port for free. And I can tell you from our last meeting, AMF paying us some money this year.
Damn it.
So they have agreed to your usage is not free. You caught them on that though.
That was established in our last meeting.
Damn it.
They counsel us, they said to us, put your products in writing. I said something to them. All of our meetings we've met with all Liberians who work at AML. You think those Liberians are not patriotic? They are all patriotic Liberians. They are advocating for AML, but at the same time, they know they own a country we all own a country called Liberia. They've been very receptive, very open to working with the MPA. Their MDA is up for ratification. And we said to them, we are at the IMCC right now. You don't want me going to those meetings telling the current government that you are delinquent or you refuse to pay port usage. You don't pay anchorage fee. Anchorage fee will be your vessel on our international water. By law, by maritime law, as long as you enter our water, you got batches taking your iron from taking it to that big ship, you're supposed to pay anchorage fees. For the first time in about 5 years, they have agreed to bring Smith Buchanan, who offers them marine services in Buchanan, to the table in making sure that we are generating from marine services in Buchanan. So not only that we'll be getting money for AML, but Smith Buchanan is going to be paying us money. With the development of the Liberty Corridor in that corridor in between Yekepa to Grand Bassa County, there will be extended or expanded use for that port. Not only the port of Buchanan, but the HPS people are also talking to us about building a designated port for all evacuation over in DDR Grand Bassa County, because you know how ore is toxic. I mean, it got rust on it. Normally in any developed world with environmental issues, people's lives and health are concerned. You don't want to mix ore evacuation with moving people and commodities and food together. So we are having all these
Let me let
discussions.
me
The
let me let me
leadership
let me let me let me
in
let me
Dubai.
come in briefly with my last two questions.
Yes, sir.
From what
Go
I'm
ahead.
getting from you,
Yes.
this argument about usage is not free will
Mhm.
generate additional revenue for the country. Is that correct?
Significantly.
Okay. Thank you.
AML is
Senator, I
doing
think that's
5 million ton of iron ore this year. They are constructing their beneficiation plant over in Yekepa. They are intending to increase that export from 5 to 10, eventually to 50 million ton a year. Think about that, Mami, how much we could
So,
generate at the national monetary.
so
So
your
when the
proposal
argument
is
comes
what?
out, what was that?
Your proposal is what? About money. If we're looking at this 500 metric tons and whatever ton it may be, your proposal now to bring in money to the government with this usage is not
We
free
have
issue.
we
What are
have
we
a couple of
looking at?
models on our book. We have a couple of models on our books, Stanton. Um, Well, I mean, I'm even going back to 5 years to the last time. I'm going to go back a couple of years back. I mean, because there's an implied contract that if you use our output, you're supposed to pay. Not because my predecessor didn't do it. That means they can get away with not paying. So there are a
Oh,
couple
hold
of
on, hold on 1 minute. Hold on 1 minute, Sekou. So we are not talking about now and into the future.
yeah.
You are going back now to get
I'm
the
going back
money.
to mhm. That's how
Wow.
far I'm prepared to go back. I'm not. I didn't
Wow.
say they
I mean,
agreed, but I'm going back.
certain things
I'm
happening.
going to go back, Center, to from when they started using that oil jetty. From when they started using that port of Buchanan. They have not paid. I mean, they are multi-billion-dollar conglomerate. Mami, AML is a multi-billion-dollar. We are a tiny country, a small port system. We should be generating at least 50 million, but we are not because are not making people are not paying their fair share. I mean, I'm trying to stay away from making a bunch of news extension, but I can tell you, people, international companies come here, Liberians, foreigners come here, use and abuse our people for free and leave. And the president is saying no, he doesn't want that. And we'll make sure we
Um,
execute our order for MPA.
let me put in my last question. I'm running out of time, but the last time I listened to you, there was a talking line I took
Yes, sir.
about companies, producers need to pay their fair share.
Yes. Yes.
I want you to elaborate on that a little bit, but also looking at
Think about.
the complexity in Liberia. You're going
Mhm,
against a system that have not been used to paying their fair share.
mhm,
I mean, you're going
mhm.
against multi-billionaires. You're
Yes.
going against a system that doesn't
Mhm.
want to pay fair share.
Not
Don't you
at
see
all.
risk? Don't you see risks, and how you think you can mitigate those risks to ensure they pay their fair share?
I mean, the first risk is of my own personal life. I mean, there have been we picked up snippet of people organizing some things against us. The president have responded. He'll go after anyone that intimidate any government employee or any citizen or anyone in this country. We have adequate security. I can tell you personally. Um, we are not intimidated. We go to work every day with the full due diligence of making sure we are discharging our duties. But let's go back, Mami, to the heart of your question. Think, for example, tariff. Tariff. Our tariff in Liberia has not been looked at for 18 years at MPA. Since 2006, the last time tariff adjustment was made, adjusted for inflation and what has happened over the years. You want to tell me in 2024, other countries every 3 years they'll review their tariff and adjust it. They don't adjust it downward. They adjust it for what's going on around the world. They adjusted to incorporate infrastructure development. They adjusted to, I mean, to include inflation. Think about leases. Said to you, these are raw numbers I'm giving you, mommy. About 161 leases are off 4 ports. 126 out of that 161 are non-compliant, meaning the 46 cents that they have for a square footage of a warehouse. People come to the port, and not only that, the board did approve. So by law, whatever board the board resoluted, that's supposed to be the law at MPA. But why in the world you come to MPA and get a 10,000 square footage warehouse and negotiate that to 10 cents? I've seen 9 cents. Where in the world do you see that? 9 cents. That's not only dereliction of duty, that's criminal. So you give them to these very rich companies. They take the warehouses. Then we came back and said, oh well, if you were to get a land and you build a warehouse, a 2-3 story warehouse, that means now it's a developed properties. There's a different rate for that. Trust me. How many people are paying that? We saw this tension. Think about it when we got at the rice meeting, right? Where they were arguing about they are making sacrifices, and the president was like, "No, that's not my position. You can't be in our country for more than 32 years and lose money and you stay here." We surveyed the major companies that bring rice here. They have cheated the port system out of $23 million approximately, and I'll make those analysis available to anybody who wants to see it. So they came.
But it went after you. Futa went after you. Futa said you are incorrect. They wrote the network, this pool network, and said no. You should show the document and you should take them.
You know the argument. You know the argument.
What was the argument?
You know the argument is an agreement is an agreement. So what? If the statute of fraud also said if anything that you got, any agreement that you signed fraudulently, that agreement somewhere down the road is null and void. It's not valid. The argument was someone signed on that paper. But you sign over there, our people from properties have looked at that. So some of the agreement, legal people have it. Our folks in property don't have those agreement. So I mean, you know how the people center. You are not any stranger to Liberia, but that has been our model, our SOP.
So they sign agreements that are only with certain group of people and not with the other group of people. Is that what you suggest?
They were even coming with their own agreements. Signed already, MD just signed. And it becomes an agreement.
Anyway,
yes.
Gentlemen, it was good talking to you all. I mean, I will have to leave, but very good conversation. We're looking forward to seeing some of the impact that will come out of usage is not free and
before you go real quick, the account receivable as of today's date, right, it's about $49.1 million account receivable. So among all those contracts that were signed, not only that some of them were signed for $9-10, but they refused to pay extension by about $50 million. We have $50 million books today.
So what are you going to do going after them? They got to make this happen.
That's exactly why Cry Associates will help us. We need outside lawyers. We need to beef up our legal department so that we can go to court. Liberia is a country of laws. Now, man, we will go to court and make sure we get proper redress.
I mean, I want Liberians to hear us on this one. I mean, the manner in which, the way in which you are thinking about bringing money in, okay?
Yes.
It going far back to 5, 6, 7 years.
Maybe even 10.
Maybe even 10. I want to give you the chance to say, why now? Why you? I hate to tell my guests, but why now? Why you? You talking about usage are not free. Asalamita been around the block. They've been using it free. He said, only Asalamita. Are we talking about Western? Are we talking about Western Cluster or other companies as well?
We're talking about everybody. Your question, to answer your question, leadership. We work for a president who doesn't lie, who says he's focused on making sure Liberia is developed, making sure everyone is paying their fair share of taxes and duties in this country. So leadership is the difference. Simple.
I want to say, listen, we got about 10 more minutes with you. I know you just got back to the country. I know you got a lot to say, but with everything that been happening, it was so good that you came, you joined us. A beautiful show. We got 10 more minutes with you, MD. I want to squeeze you. I want to squeeze you, but whenever I hit you hard, then you come around and say, but Stanton, you brought us here, so you can't hit me harder than you hitting me.
Exactly. You did extremely well.
I want to bring in. I want to supply something. This guy actually Kev's supposed to be joining us today. You know Kev?
Never met Kev. He's a fine gentleman. I've never met him in person.
All right, you got 1 or 2 questions, then we have to leave because let me bring you on. This is Kev Hassan, and he contribute to the show and he come in with post analysis.
I think Kev got a lot of you, Stanton. Come on, Kev, what's up? I think Kev got a lot of hair more than you.
I got hair though. But Kev, we got 10 more minutes left. I'm here with the MD. Thank you for joining us. Ketama had left. Mami just showed face, but he had to go. Do you have any question for Director?
Yeah, I was sitting, watching the show, and Mami came up. I thought it was kind of like a tea party happening between Mr. Duque and Mami. I was just trying to see if I can bring some donuts, some other stuff. So you
You want to bring some Dunkin' Donut?
Dunkin' Donuts, so you guys can enjoy your
Not for the Wawa, please, Kev. Not for the
Not for
Wawa.
the Wawa.
But one of the things, because before you came on, the England game were playing, so I was watching the game and you came on, so but the game finished and I yelled.
How did it end? Who won?
England won the game, and I yelled. When I yelled, my son came down and said, "What happened?" I said, "No, it's something I heard on, the managing director saying." Was Stanton asked him, "Do you have the document for the yellow machine?"
Oh my God!
He gave an answer. The managing director for NPA couldn't give an answer, and he said no.
Okay. All right.
So let me say this to you, between you and I, maybe a lot of people. Okay, this is spoon. A lot of people hearing it. But let me say this. Tell the Liberian people right now.
Yes.
I want to ask you this again. Do you have
you talking about? Be specific. What kind of document?
Do you have the document on the yellow machine that entered the country? Do you have
mean the manifest? The manifest that come in for the
any document on the yellow machine? Any document?
Yeah, come on. Okay, of course. What happened is before you bring in anything here, you have to send shipping document to us. So now the Ministry of State contracted OBT as the broker. OBT has that document. Are you asking me if I'm privileged to see some of those documents? Come on, Kev. Yes. Am I authorized to speak for the Ministry of State? I am not.
So how many yellow machines that are they put right now?
You rephrase this central question. Can you go back and listen to our
No. Listen, let's
this is what's going on.
How many yellow machines?
He texted his man Kev already.
No, how many yellow machines right now? How many?
He said, but maybe 30. He said maybe 30.
No, I'm not saying maybe. He's the managing director. It should have it. So how many? Because anybody can slip something in there at that port. Yeah. So a yellow machine in the country, please tell the Liberian people how many yellow machine at the port right now, Mr. Duplay.
Kev, tomorrow, by noon Monday, the discharge of the hyperload vessel will be completed. I will be able to tell you exactly how many yellow machines.
So the managing director don't know? The managing director of the port of the Republic of Liberia.
He's just back from Ghana, so he will be at the port tomorrow.
You can be anywhere in the world. You can be anywhere in the world.
Kev, the first trip will be to go to OBT tomorrow. I will pick up all those documents. I will scan it and send a copy to Mr. Witherspoon and to Mr. Hassan. Let me get a number, Kev. The other side, let me give you a number. You have that information.
That will happen.
You get a second question. I want to come with a question quick, but let me give you.
Please, let's move away from
you. I think I'll come back to you, Kev. Folks are asking, right? This is very serious to the port, right? Yes. Abundant continues. Abundant continues. Well, what's your
abundant continues? Yes, we are working right now with LRA. We set up the auction committee. That committee has been fully funded. The way normally it works, we're supposed to get LRA, Commerce, and MPA, APM terminals on board. The committee has been set up. I think we should start auctioning this. I think we started already, Stanton. We started auctioning this. Yes. When we got it, it's been back. There were backlog that we met. I believe we started auctioning already. Offloading, sorting out.
It's very clear she's happy with her answer because she want to know when you guys will start auctioning.
We started uploading. We started sorting out things already. I can tell you, come to the port, go to our operations people. I set up the committee. I'm staying very far away from what's going on over there. At the end of the day, they will be audited and we'll make that report. But we have auctions in the month of July.
Another question coming from one of our other followers. They say, hey, Stanton, can you please ask concerning the Maryland, Sando, and Grand Bassa port is very, very bad. You addressed the Grand Bassa issue. What about Maryland and Sando?
Maryland, like I said, Stanton, all over our country. Let's not just road, the ports. How can you expect to raise money from the port if you didn't invest in our infrastructure. Maryland, I mean, a normal port, the depth of that port will be about, like I said, like about 19 to even 20 meters. Some places, Maryland is 5.5. The road leading to the port is dilapidated. We need to invest in the offices over there. We need to invest in capacity building. We have plans to revamp all of our ports, and we're having discussion with private.
Have you been there though? Have you?
No, I haven't. I've been to Buchanan. I've been to Buchanan. There are plans. Our board will visit next week.
Okay.
And if we are not out of the country, because we've been talking to the people in Morocco, also there was an MOU signed with my predecessor to develop that port with the Moroccan. If we don't travel to Morocco to follow up on that MOU, I will be able to visit the port with the board. So the goal is to go back to Buchanan and Sano, and then go to Maryland.
Are we making money from those two ports, Sano and Maryland?
Yes, we are making money, but they are way, we are not making anywhere close to how much we're supposed to be making here. They are way below par. Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about the road.
In Maryland Center, let me get this corrected. We've sent people in Maryland. I mean, our Port and Harbor guys travel to Maryland because there were communications from the people in San Pedro due to the proximity of Maryland to the Ivory Coast. I mean, San Pedro is one of the busiest ports in West Africa. So the question or the discussion there were vessels hanging on the international water for weeks, maybe sometimes months. So the point was, develop that port so some of the extra traffic we have here can be redirected to you people so that you can raise money. But you can bring a big vessel in Stanton if the port is not dredged.
Correct.
Yes. So yeah, we are going to go back to the national government. If we can get a public-private partnership, if we can get a BOT to come and do that, we will go back to our national government and say, you know what? Invest in the port so that we can make more money for the government.
So let me hold you on this one. I think Kepka his last two questions. But man, Western Cluster, man, are they still coming through? Let's talk about the Western Cluster to the Freeport of Monrovia.
Yes, so there were discussions. The president got mad for the right reason. Because why? He has his ranch in Bombay, from where I come from. The president goes to his ranch. If he's on a normal week, he goes every weekend. He loves that, his ranch. So he goes back and forth, and the roads are bad. I mean, for a president to travel on that road, he can't even run more than 25 miles an hour. That's a huge national security risk. So he put a stop order on them for them to fix the road. But let's be fair to Western Cluster. They gave last year, the previous government, I believe, about $5 million to rehabilitate the road. And the chief of finance ministry and public works during the last administration didn't do anything. They didn't pay that money back. They didn't do anything. So we put a stop order. We asked them to rehabilitate the road. They have, I believe, for that road, that permit, that stop order to be lifted, or for that road permit to be re-granted, they would have met the threshold that was set by. So now that's lifted. Western Cluster is they are finalizing their operational agreement with the National Port Authority. We didn't have one when we got there. So what I'm saying is, before they start trucking IO back on our road, evacuating them through their ports, they will have a valid operational agreement with us. They will be current.
They already started. What are you talking about before this?
No, they started, but that road permit was re-granted or granted again. Now, but for us, before they bring a drop of IO at that port to evacuate from the Freeport of Monrovia, they will have an operational agreement.
Since the Road and Guinness lifted the suspension of the permits, are you telling us that they have not moved one truck yet to the port?
No, they haven't. Okay. They are in discussion with us, making sure that they sign our operational agreement before they start. Because lifting the road is one thing, but we also have to agree for you to evacuate our port, through our ports. And to do that, you need to have an agreement, a working agreement with us, and you need to be current on that agreement.
Okay, so that's the way you're trying to make sure that they are up to standard.
They are up to standard. We are getting our fair share of usage fees from Western Cluster. Yes.
Kev, do you have a question?
One of the questions that you asked, I need clarity on it. Also,
I hope it's not about yellow machine, Kev. Please.
Do you signed that memorandum 45 that get a deal with the King George? the memorandum. You signed the memorandum 45 that got to deal with the Kinjal incident. You signed it.
I mean, are you
talking about a directive or a managing director?
That's more of a technical question. He said by directive of the MD. Of course, I'm responsible for that.
Okay, thank you.
You can't ask that. He said
what I'm saying here, thank you for saying you signed it. So what I'm saying here is legit. So I'm saying you $25,000 to contribution for the people of King George, but one of the things I'm looking at, words matter. You said especially to the bereaved family. Explain that. Especially to the bereaved family. Explain that.
Especially to the bereaved family. So meaning whatever that was going to King George, it was directly impacting those that people died from also from first. You can tell me something happened in King George, there was loss of life, and we go over there. If we're giving 2 bag of rest to our family here, the bereaved family, at least they were getting more attention from us. That's what I meant by that.
So actually,
the outreach was more targeted to them.
So actually, it's true that you took money from the NPA and gave it to the bereaved family.
Man, that's document 6, Kev. But I wasn't compensating
the money from the NPA, right?
On behalf of the government. That's part of our corporate.
But the money came from your controller, right? Gabriel, right?
The former controller, right? Yes. The former
it came from there. So it's from your budget, right? It's from your money.
It's a budget line in the MPA in our budget that says CSR, and that's where that money came from.
So it came directly from that budget to the bereaved.
But it's a corporate social responsibility fund, something that was given to John.
Like we did for the national team.
Yeah, the coach for loan staff.
I think it's and for me, I think it's a spin, because you could say for the folks of King George, but when you specify, when you go and say especially from the bereaved family, it fishy. It's something there. Because you say, oh, go there, something there. Go there, but hey, and that guy in that corner who's saying in that corner, get him more money, get him something.
No, but you gotta understand. I think you came. That
was a moral judgment. That was
the MD said.
Let the MD.
But the MD said they do more items than cash.
People that were directly affected,
food stuff and other stuff. They didn't say that we get 25,000 cash.
Let me ask you, MD. There's a flooding going on right now. Are you prepared to send money to homes for flooding right now? Are you preparing?
I think that's a valid point you just made. We'll look at that. And again,
so nothing there right now. No discussion right now for helping folks. With the flooding, nothing there right now.
So let's put it straight. Let me give you a recap of our week. Wednesday, Thursday, out of town, came back, went with the president at RMU graduation in Accra. In Ghana, on TV, from social media, we saw a lot of flooding. I just got back. We ran directly to come to the apartment to make sure that we are on spoon today. You raise a valid point, Kev. We will look at that and see what we can make.
Okay. If I will give you that, but recently we had some fire homes. When I was in Liberia, I actually helped family in District 9 for and help them. Anything there to help any fire and folks that fire anything there in the boat.
Our governmental people, our operations people come to me with issues that the team will respond to, and we try to be equal across the board. So if one of those issues rose to be valid that we look at, we will.
So who asked you to help the people of King George?
Bro, I just said to you, my governmental people, our operations people,
say
MD. So recommend, say MD. Let's look at this. Let's look at this community. This community is affected. I mean, our work is a lot, Kevin.
I understand.
So we are not focused. We're not scanning social media and scanning. I mean, they have the disaster. We're not scanning everything. So we'll respond to every situation. The one in King George already touched me. It touched our people. People died. People died. And that one, discretionarily, it was a moral call that we made. It really touched me, especially just coming on the job. My first few months on the job, and I saw that incident, that really touched me. And we responded appropriately. Like we responded with what happened with our national team, paying the coach and making sure that the coach stayed, so that we can start winning.
And as a matter of fact, Sekou, the national team, the
coach, winning some games more than
and the coach, and actually the team was out to play a game within that week period.
Yes.
And they couldn't because of the money owed the coach. So
I mean, Kev, if you find a situation out there that you think MPA should respond to, I mean, be my guest. Send me that.
A lot of homes right now. A lot of folks right now don't have homes because
I think the situation is impugning our reputation and character. Let's stay far away from that. We've led with integrity, okay? And that's what we'll continue to do. And
but let me
in 5 months. And your only concern is that 25,000.
Let me ask you a question, though.
But if you ask me,
I think a lot of people are going to be on the side.
Kev, 1 minute now. I know you would do your Kev show, you know, one day. Let me enjoy this time.
We've got enough information now to report our people. Have us on. Call us.
Let me ask you a question. Man, in 4 months, 5 months, you raised $14 million.
In 5 months.
Going back to your document, though. Has that ever happened before?
I don't want to speak about that. So, it's fair to say that's unprecedented numbers, and I can get to you now. So, what's been happening at the MPA Stanton? Like, we put a stop order, right? We put a stop order and say, okay, if you owe us, you are not going to come to your warehouse. In a week, we raised over $500,000 in 1 week.
Wow.
Now, in prior cases, from documents we have on our decks, people will call me, MD, my man, I want to see you. I'm not saying we are perfect. I can tell you we have a very high-performing team, people with tremendous integrity. When you call us, and I tell our people, we work for a man who has not. His integrity is in tight as it gets. We are emulating his values. We follow what the president has done over his. That's what we'll do. Follow my life. I've worked successfully in the private sector, building successful businesses. I didn't get to where I am by cheating people. We are not perfect, but we deliberate with nothing but integrity. So it's fair to say, with leadership, with the president example for what we do at the MPA, every cent that people pay to us went to our accounts. So that has been some of the differences.
Leadership. That's a lot of money in fact. I know, Damo, you say you have one question before the MD leave. Let me bring you in, Damo. You want to ask your one last question?
Damo wants
Yeah,
to talk
thank
about
you. See you. MD, it's a pleasure seeing you again.
I've
got a question, and it's also intertwined with this whole issue of the Henrys and Crowd law firm. Is there anywhere in your contract, if having reviewed, that they also do represent those who lease properties from the National Port Authority, that they represent the NPA, and they also represent clients of the NPA? Are you aware of any such?
No. And if I do, that will be a conflict of interest. I will cancel that contract immediately.
Okay, so if documents were to be provided
to us that says Henry Crowe and Associates represent any of our clients, that will be a conflict of interest that I believe will warrant that contract no going. We'll cancel it and move on.
Okay, thank you. My second question has got to do with the.
But again, you raised a point that we'll investigate. I'll ask my people to look at that. And that's
why we can send you some document to Clay, because I was questioning, and I really never thought that Damo would ask the question though. Wow. Because but it's a fair question, and thanks to Damo for bringing it up. It's just to speak to the fact that yes, they represent one or two of the folks that listen from NPA. So if you investigate and you need our help, we can forward you some information. But you're on record to say that then you cancel your.
In the interest of transparency and fairness to our people, we think. With full disclosure, if that's happening, I think the first thing they should have done was to fully disclose that. If they didn't do a full disclosure to help us make informed business decisions, I think on our own end, to make ourselves more credible and transparent, I think we should move on with people that represent MPA and MPA only, working with our legal department, making sure some of the big cases that we have on our hands I just fully looked at. I mean, you can litigate cases where you have the law firm representing you also representing a client that you're taking to court. I don't think that's fair.
Jamo?
Yes, sir. Thank you, MD. So my last question has got to do with the road network leading to the gateway to our economy. When you look at the free network, I know the president. One of the first meetings he had when he was president-elect was with the Japanese. He
you were
even
in
said
that meeting. You remember that, right? You were in that meeting.
Yeah,
Yes,
I was there for that meeting.
yes.
And the president announced during the State of the Nation address that the phase 2 of the Japan Freeway will affect from St. Paul's Bridge all the way to the Gabriel Tucker Bridge. That includes the Freeport stretch. As
Yes, sir.
MD,
Yes.
as the busiest port in our country,
Yes.
what are you doing to prevail, if not just on the president, but to make sure that at least that stretch of the road can be done in a way that will be sustainable, not just for the Freeport of Monrovia, but the rest of the Liberian populace that use that corridor, sir?
I mean, it's only fair. Very good question. So, Diamond, we drive over there to work every day. There are some an SUV. Not only that, an SUV that's in, a very good condition. You can go through that corridor. So waiting for the Japanese to come in is not enough. I think we are going to engage the folks at Public Works. Now we don't have enough money now at MPA or FPRC to fix that road. So I think Public Works needs to step in. They've been doing some patches which have not proven to be enough. They need to step in and at least expedite just expedite an intervention that will at least hold it up to the end of the rainy season or before the Japanese come in. So yeah, just for ourselves, for roadworthiness of our own cars, the safety of our people that are riding bikes over there, just students that are walking from that stretch of the road. When I was going to high school somewhere down the road, I used to live in Belema. We used to walk from Belema over there. I mean, those roads were not like that. We used to walk from Belema all the way to go to school. So imagine kids, 12, 13 years old, who are walking from the Belema community, the Doe community, coming to town to school. They can't even pass on that road. They have to go through Power Town to get back. Sometimes they run late. Sometimes they get to school hungry. So we engage Public Works to see if they can help. They can step in and help.
Let me ask you my last question, and thanks for coming, MD. We really appreciate you. I hope you are free for people to go ahead and engage you on these different issues. But I want to ask you, can you update us on the status of Logan Davis and the rest of the guys? The situation that they were caught stealing and all the other complaints.
Yes, Stanton. I told you the last time, what we said in that when we terminated our relationship with those folks was for reasons that we stated: financial malpractice and administrative reasons. Now, just for our own overall security, from what we've picked up from NSA people and our EPS people, I don't want to talk about them. I can tell you that we won the case. The port have been secure. The cartel in the port is not as active as we met them. And we are watching those folks on a daily basis.
Are you safe?
100%. The gay has been, in touch. The president approved some of the details surround our safety. We've been in good hands since then.
Thank God for that. We want to say thank you very much. Is there anything else you'd like to share? You have the time to do your
Can I just ask you one last question?
Go ahead. Ask your one last question. Go ahead. Ask your one last question.
Mr. Ducle, is anybody that worked at your port recently that is wanted by the National Police?
If anyone is wanted by the National Police,
that work at your at the port.
I don't know. I don't have that. No, I don't have that notice or documentation.
Do you aware that Quinn Johnson, who worked there, they wanted by the National Police? Are you aware that?
I am not aware that Quinn is wanted by the Liberian National Police. Quinn works at MPA, so I'm helping Greg and the folks at LMP. If you want, Quinn.
So if there's a documentation shows that she wanted by the National Police and footage, will you fire her? Will you let her work there?
Kev, we abide by our laws. If anyone was to alert us on anybody, we will work with law enforcement.
So if I produce information that she is wanted by national police and she actually offended.
But how will you produce the information? Let Gregor Kuma produce the information. Gregor Kuma
put it this way. Put it this way. One of the requirements to work at MPA, you need a police clearance. We ain't got a police clearance, my brother. Don't delve into
that. So where she got it from?
I'm asking you, Kev. Where she got it from?
So you're saying, okay. This is a breaking news.
Work at MPA, what our requirements are.
There's a breaking news.
But listen to him now. Let you give me the requirement.
She has a police clearance.
So there's a breaking news.
So the issue is that you saying that, Kev.
There's a footage out there that she actually escaped the police and everything else she got.
On this one, I will say to you. On the one, I will say to you, invite Sekou on your show. Again, on the show that is coming up on Spoon, you will invite Sekou. But I want to say to you though, Gregor Kuma is listening. If Gregor Kuma need Queen Johnson, he can just call the MD and say, listen, we know she worked at Freeport, we need her. And it's easy. The MD won't say no. It is
the LSP, our CIPO police work with Greg on a host of issues. We have joint security in our port, NSA, immigration, LSP, MPA is there. So we'll be doing joint security and making sure that the port is safe.
So, Honorable Sekou Duplay, the MD National Port Authority, I want to say thank you for joining Spoon. Listen, I get a chill on my spine when you told me that these guys, they're free. What you say again? Free does not mean what? I love that line.
Usage does not mean don't pay a fee. Usage doesn't mean
it's free. And because of that line, I want to say you're going to be bringing a lot of money for the government because it's not only Asala Bitam, it's all the other people that think they can use this thing. And the other issue is that the warehouses that people refuse to pay now, they have to pay. And thank you. Do your closing, and we appreciate all your clarification tonight. We hope that people went home with something. And then we'll talk on the other side. Do I have your number? Can I have your number, please?
I will text you. Damo will text you.
But I get a number, MD.
Ask Valentine. So, Stanton, thank you for having me. I want to say thank you to you and the folks at Spoon for standing up for democracy in our country, for standing up for the rule of law. The work is not done. Helping President Barker get elected doesn't mean our country is free from crooks. Doesn't mean our country is free from bogus concession deals. The president said he was going to review all concessions, all contracts in our country. We need to rally behind the president's stand in making sure that he succeeds. When the president succeeds, we succeed as a country. I want to assure our staff at MPA that we will be tough. We will be dutiful. We appreciate them. I want to say a big thank you to my management team. I can tell you today, Stanton, I talked about constraints, but let me say to you in maybe 60 seconds, progress that we've made. Cooperation between NPA and APMT, our biggest concessionaire at the port, is progressing. We've regularized our monthly meeting with ArcelorMittal. We are working on digitizing and automating our ports. Retirement benefits are finally coming over to MPA former employees who work. We have 24-hour lighting at the port. We are going to install a state-of-the-art navigation system that's going to make shipping and berthing into our port and leaving Freeport on a 24-hour basis. So that's going to make traffic coming in higher. That also means more money for APMT and MPA combined. We've automated our access pass system so that not anyone can get in. So be patient with us. We are a bunch of newbies. We are smart, educated, dedicated, patriotic Liberian working at MPA. The goal is to make MPA the friendliest place in doing business in Liberia. To do that, we need to be fair. We'll be tough. We'll go after people who owe us. We'll make sure that wherever MPA goes, that's where the economy goes. So we understand that the business community is relying on us heavily. The government is relying on us heavily. We work almost 7 days around the clock in making sure that MPA's is the designated port in the MRV basin. So thank you for having me. I'll definitely come back on a time where I'm not just entering the country. I'm tired today, but I couldn't miss this. Kev, nice meeting you.
Well, honestly, thank you very much. I'm begging you, allow me, you have done your closing. The president put out a statement through the that's agricultural ministry about the rubber folks. If you have your rubber at the port, your container, your truck, we will ship it for you, but you are not allowed to bring additional rubber. We are receiving information. Folks now coming in with additional rubber. It wasn't the announcement though. Can you help clarify this? It's very important.
Very good. Very good. That's a topic that we base. So, okay, when President Weah signed that executive order, which is a law, but by law, that executive order is a law for a year. And I tell folks, the president said in one of his meetings with them, we don't break laws. Government is continuity. The information that the former president had to make that decision, our goal was to abide by those. Then they overwhelmed the port with a bunch of containers, I think over 100 containers. They came back to ask the president for reprieve. We begged the president to allow them to ship that. Now, that happened. The agreement was, don't bring any more new rubber to the port. If they are violating that, I don't think that we will be a part of. We are going to make sure the law that...
Are you allowing them, are they entering the port? That's my concern, because we got tape, we got video, that they going around buying rubber. Are they entering the port with the new trucks and containers?
With everything that's going on, please allow me to get back to you on that one. I promise to investigate and get back to you on that.
Thank you very much.
That already anger the president, Stanton. That already anger him. I mean, he agreed. He said to them that he was going to bend over one time for them so that they can lose that money that was sitting over there.
Correct.
To come back again and do exactly what they said, we all agreed to that they wouldn't do it. I don't think that's going to sit well with the president.
Thank you very much, Chief. We appreciate your time. Thank you, and have a wonderful evening, sir.
Appreciate it. Say hello to my old man and Titi, man. I wish you
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Kev, nice meeting you.
All right.
Bring me on your show, brother. Thank you.
Want to say thanks to we definitely want to say thanks to you a lot and have a good evening. Dama, thank you very much. As always, Kev. Listen, there's a lot of good takeaway from this, Diamond. I want you to hang with us while we close this show because I must have been here over 3 hours. It was a good conversation with Marvin Cole. Kev refused to come on to talk to his friend Marvin Cole, Diamond. But yeah, talking to, he refused to ask Marvin Cole question, but he asked a second question. But I think Marvin Cole, actually, we got a lot of stuff from him, the representative district number 3, Bon County. And Sekou, I'm very impressed, to tell you the truth, that he's trying his best to bring in more money, but I'm hit so high. I'm shocked to hear that 40 million was raised. And they are going after ArcelorMittal for, you say, well, we can use it, but we didn't say you will not pay for it. So then that's a big line that will bring in more money. And over almost $49 million for warehouses, fees that people refuse to collect, or they've been collecting this some way, somehow. He's going after those money. I mean, what say you in Liberia, man? Is it a big improvement? Have something shifted?
Well, CEO, if you look at the monthly revenue generated from APM terminal, it's somewhere around 500,000 United States dollars per month. So to have seen the response from the LRA, concerning what was remitted from the Freeport, from the NPA to government over the last 6 years, it surprises you as to what were the 500,000 thereabout going to for 6 years. And Sekou and his management team, they've gone a mile over to show to the Liberian population that the port is profitable if the revenue is generated used for the right purpose. And then there is stern, efforts to make people accountable, especially those that are using the warehouses and leasing properties from the National Port Authority, and they're not paying, as you said. Either someone was collecting the money over the last 6 years and not paying it to government as they should have, or people were relaxed and not monitoring, evaluating, and making sure that government collected its fair share of the revenue. So we're watching. It's still early days. Yes, we have to give them their flower. They've shown that yes, they can deliver, but we'll keep being positive in our criticism and also making sure that they don't slack or drop the ball.
But this is a big, you know what? Listen now, Sekou is not on the show, Damo. But Bill Traore, Donald Nimbo, they couldn't raise that amount of money. I mean, Kev is here.
Well,
Kev is here. No, let me finish that, Kev. They couldn't raise that amount of money. They couldn't go after those warehouses owner. Those are leasing, Damo. They couldn't force Asara Mita. So let's say you've been running all this thing. We need that money for usage. We didn't say it was free. They couldn't go back to the contract where what's it called then Western Cluster Damo. That though you got your permit from public work, but we have our own MOU that you have to abide by and pay. That it take. I don't want to celebrate Dukley though, but man, money is coming in like we have never seen before. Kev, I don't know if you can add anything to this, but we're not talking about radio money. We're not talking about zombie money. We're talking about actual money coming in.
But
like never seen before.
But so let me say this. You see, when we, I think folks from the Unity Party have some kind of amnesia into things. The reason you receive, money come from the port is because of the ground game that from Bill Traore. Remember, when CDC took over that port, it was a zinc round home was there. That the entire place. You should know that, Diamond. You should know that. You know when CDC took over, there was. Look at the building. Let's go.
We're talking about money coming in.
So because of that money that was coming in, they built a state-of-the-art building. A state-of-the-art building.
So that the building brings money in?
Because of that ground level, that from you think that this man that get a farm on. You think this man that get a farm on automatically he's going to pick up?
Kev is telling us that CEO that 500,000 times 12. The sum that you get times 6.
That's 6 million.
Yeah, times 6.
Yes, that's 6 million.
Was put into building headquarters for the National Port Authority.
Because I asked you a simple question.
That's the point you just raised.
Go back to the NPA that we inherited. Go back to it. Let's start from there. So don't tell me that the enjoyment that they get, the revenue that they get now is because of the mechanism that we put in place. And that's why they still keep CTF, Maytech, all those things. I dare them to change it.
We're not daring nobody. What we say, the Unity Party came in. One of the leadership of Sekou Dukley.
5 months.
5 months. January, February, March, April, May, June. They were to bring in $40 million and counting. You've been there 6 years. If you do the math, as per the book say, it should be around 36 million. But in 5 months, they came close to half of that amount. And you are telling us because they were building office space at the port, so they couldn't generate that amount?
That's not what I said. I said what I said to you is because of what Bill Traore and others did at that port.
What stopped Bill Traore from racing? What stopped Bill Traore or Donald? What stopped Bill Traore and Donald Nimmo of racing that amount of money?
Stanton, we raised money.
How much?
That money that
how much in 5 months? How much in 5 months?
Stanton, we raised money, right? That money transformed that port into the
so the money you raised, the money that transformed the port.
Your port, your airport, your free port is the face of your nation. When we took over, it was just a dumper. So you don't have no grounds to come and tell us that the revenue they generated in 5 months without doing nothing. We should believe that they the one.
Damo.
You know what Dukley just did? You know what Dukley went to the office. He then went to the office, sit down there, because of what. But you watch and see what they will do. He never went and sit out there because of the stuff
So
that
all the money that you raise, Kev, all the money that you raise, you put it on the building.
No,
all the money you raise, you put it on. No, listen, listen. I gotta go. I gotta go. All the money you raise. Okay, can you tell Liberians in the last quarter how much we raised from by NPA? 2023 last quarter.
Let me get my information, because I know in the first 10 months.
You want to get information? No. I said the last quarter. How much raised?
We have it. Let me
tell you. I'll wait for you to get information.
No, let's see now.
Don't say nothing. Get the information.
In the first 10 monns, we were one of the
let me look for the response from.
We were one of the biggest contributors
to the LRA
into the economy. We gave more money. We gave more money than the 2 million he gave. So in the first 10 months, I think, if I'm not mistaken,
what do you think?
Gave almost $4 million. We gave almost $4 million in the first 10 months. In the first 10 months, almost $4 million.
Kev. We try to balance this thing out. Show us document.
Spencer, I'm telling you, in the
show
first 10 months, you have it. You have it.
I don't have it.
No, you have it, Spencer.
But send it to me. Send it to
you in your phone. You have it. In the first 10 months, Spencer.
Kev, you're hurting my hair. Kev, you're hurting my hair. I'm begging you. Okay, can you send it to Damo?
Spencer, you have it. You have it in the first 10 months. Matter of fact, our folks, if we post it on social media,
you're wasting my time. Can you please, Kev, listen. Kev, listen. Can you please send it to Dama? Can you please send it to Dama?
The one was to you. Post it.
You send nothing to me. Can you send it to Dama? I
don't
have it. How will you force me? I don't have it.
The one who sent to you, my man. When that debate came on, we talk about this thing, So get in your phone, and just post
you want to force something on me? You want to force something on me that I don't have? And you say you have it, send it to Damo.
Stanton, we all
you don't have it.
So we all know that. Stanton, we all know that Sheku that you're picking.
We all know that.
You have to buy. We all know that you're picking.
I'm wasting my time, man. Can you send it to Damo?
What was sent to you? You can post it. You can post it right now. Post it right now. What was sent to you? I said do it. I send it to you. Post it. I said do it. I send it to you. Because I said to Damo, Damo would have put it. Damo would have put it on.
Okay, do me that favor. Do me that favor. Wait now. Wait. Do me a favor. I beg you, please. Damo. Snanger. If Kev send you anything, please put it up. I beg you. Can you please send it to Damo? Because I don't have what you are talking about.
You want to bring the manager back, the MD back. So
no. The man Jeff from Ghana, he tired. He coming back.
No, let him come back so I can.
No. When you have your own show, you might invite him. I'm sure he will come to your show.
I don't have show. I don't have show. But Senator, tell Liberian people that
did you send it to Damo?
Send the Liberian.
I haven't received anything yet.
You send it to Damo?
Tell the Liberian people. No,
you're not doing a funny shame on us. Looking for funny.
No, Damo, leave Stanton. Stanton get it. Stanton know.
I get what?
In the first, Stanton know in the first 10 months of our government, it was, if I'm not mistaken, it was 3.5 million. 3.5 million in the first 10 months.
Yeah, we agree, right? Can you please share the document with Damo? We're begging you. Show it on your phone. Even if you say Damo will not put it, just show it on your phone. Bring it close to the camera. Let's see.
You got to hold it, right?
The message session, Damo.
No, seriously, I got a lot of document here. No,
you got a lot of documents.
I gotta go through.
Listen, Liberians should be so proud of Sekou
No, Central.
Let me finish. Liberia should be so proud of Sekou. Just within 4 months, 5 months. I've never seen this. I've never heard this before. And everybody out there that think that this is a joke, it's not a joke. Listen, only a few people I can point out to in this government, I'm a few. I'm serious. He's one of them. You can say anything you want to say about Mo Ali. I would defend Mo Ali because he's one of them. Listen, Stephen Johnson, I don't think he's supposed to be deputy. I think they should have given Stephen Johnson a director or minister job. He's one of them. These are young men.
But Stephen Johnson,
I beg you, let me finish. I beg you. I will name them. And I'm serious. We will name and shame some people and we name and celebrate some people.
Under NPA.
Let me finish. Let me finish. No, let me finish. I beg you, let me finish, Kev.
Logo.
And I want to say to all Liberians out there, right? I want Kev, wait now, Kev, I beg you. I want you to just understand. They got some good men and women in this government that are trying to do the right thing. And when you come across them, celebrate them. Seriously. I will call these names because I know. Say anything you want to say, but at least deep down in the little corner of their heart, they are trying. Not because, I know all the guys then. President Bwagaya, we read about them. We know the background. And I can name over 6 individuals that once they're around the president, I'm comfortable. I'm serious, Damo. And I want all Liberians to understand this. Once they're around the president, I'm comfortable. I don't see no deceit. I don't see no lies. I don't see no ass kisser. Like Stephen Johnson, he's somebody that wants to do the right thing.
Let me ask you something.
Let me finish. I'll give you the chance. Mo Ali, say what you want to say. He know that they will come 6 years from now, there will be no unity party or there will be unity party. So he wanted for him, for his legacy. He wanted when somebody said Mo Ali was with Liberia Water and Sword, yes, he did X, Y, and Z. And look at Sekou. He knows very well that Liberia should recognize the great effort he's making. So, just take it home. It will be tough. It will be rough. But you got some good men and women that are trying the best. Now, those people, other corrupt individuals that want to come around, we'll talk about them. And that's me. That's me. I'm not going to call people names tonight, but these 3 names, I'll put them aside, and I think they're doing extremely well. And I said to everyone, go and dig beyond and search with. Dig up anything you want to dig up, and let's have the conversation on them. But I think they love the country, and I think they want the goodness of Liberia to prevail. And that's what we are here today talking about. The rest of them we'll talk about. But Kev, let's try to end this show. I will continue to add name on my list. I will continue to call name, and I'll continue to encourage Liberian to watch these guys, watch the young lady, the young man, and let's just celebrate them. Let's encourage them to be good. Let's encourage them to do it for Mama Liberia. And that's why I always call in these names. Seriously. They have some good people that when they're around the president, things will be better. But some other people, they are old school, they care less, and they just want to do what they want to do because they believe that President Barker will not be there in 6 years, and they want to just steal. And, they got nothing. You're 75 years, so you got nothing to lose. And, like Sylvester Grisby, 75 years old. Whether they fire him, he cared less. So, but listen, I will praise the good ones in the government, and I will condemn the bad ones, and we'll make the Liberian people understand who's who. Kev Hassan, let's end the show. Damo got to go. It's 11:13 right now. So let's end the show.
Yeah, let me say this. I see you talked about quick before I go to that. 3.5 million. I just saw it in 10 months. Revenue was generated to the government. But let me say this to you, Brian. You're talking about Mo Ali and Stephen Johnson, because all I saw my good friend and brother Stephen Johnson is doing is painting. If definition of doing good job by painting and become a painter, I don't know.
Where is he painting? Where?
That all I see. There's nothing I see Stephen Johnson.
Be serious, man.
If you can show me anything the man doing painting, the man are painter. Mo Ali, definition of putting water on and standing and taking pictures, a good job, then I don't know.
So you don't know
exactly what Ali is doing just to put water.
That one, he doesn't know what you guys are doing actually. So
there is nothing, but there's nothing we can see that Mo Ali is doing just to put water. Mo Ali is the water boy for Unity Party, and Stephen Johnson is the painter. Water boy and painter. Seriously.
Let me go, man.
I really don't. Bring me something. Show us something. Nothing. The only thing is that water.
So listen, all this time, right? You are telling us that Mo Ali, Stephen Johnson, the great work they are doing, the great transformation that is happening at their entity. You are telling us that it wouldn't think Mo Ali would do to bring water for you to drink, and Stephen Johnson would clean your house. But let's go, man. You're not ready.
Take care of Mo Ali, that water. Go to Stephen Johnson, that painter. That's all they do.
Therefore, I go to what?
So if I go that electrician, change your box.
I go to that electrician. Nothing. But the guys are jokers.
That's a good way to leave you. So listen, so you got a water guy, you got a painter, you got an electrician.
Yeah, that's all. Nothing the guys they're doing.
Yeah, you can never disappoint. Seriously.
You look at the picture. If you put any picture up of Mo Ali, that water you will see. Any water.
I mean, but actually, folks, let's celebrate this. And somebody talking about Josiah Joclair. You know, I don't know.
A CSA.
Yeah, a CSA. I want us to take our time wanting to talk about these good men in government. I've been following Josiah Joclair, and I want us to talk about him. Actually, I'm not going to add him to the list. I got 3 on my list, and my fellow Liberians. I want you to watch out for those 3. If we add Josiah, we'll talk about him. We'll talk about the transformation he's bringing to CSA, or he has brought to CSA. But I also want to add the police IG, Gregory Coleman. He's not a new cat on the block. He's an old kitty. Gregory Coleman is sharp. I think he's staying in the United States. We'll try to bring him on the show before he go back home. I think Gregory Coleman is one of the best. It's one of the best Dama Liberia can ever be proud of. And his transformation, his working, and he never get tired, Dama. I want us to focus on Gregory. He will be my 4th person on this list. And I hope that when we're talking about them, you guys should admire them. I'll try to find some females to add, but Gregory Coleman, Mo Ali, Stephen Johnson, and Sekou Doucouré, I think you guys should watch them, should watch the work ethic, should watch exactly the transformation, and you will know them. Gregory Coleman, I'm going to add him to this. I think he's a good guy. He's a good gentleman. He's trying his best for the Liberia National Police, and I think the transformation will work.
But Stanton, how can we rate a man best? How can we rate this man best? His police shot and killed people at Kinjor. And no police officer has been charged. Compared to Patrick Sulu, the actual Fed protester.
Okay, so I want you to keep that when you come back.
Yeah,
I want you to keep that when you come back, because maybe that's something. Now, that kind of close to show, man. If you kind of man will keep me on, I beg you.
Yeah,
maybe that's something. Maybe that's something confusing. Maybe you choose not to follow the history of Liberia National Police under CDC. I will leave that with the audience. Patrick Sulu, I respect him. He's a friend. But I want to say, under Patrick Sulu leadership of the Liberia National Police, it was a political party police. Liberia National Police were only But let me finish. I beg you. Liberia National Police were just a partisan police. Individuals over there, I don't want to go back. The little boy died. The hot water burned, wasted on him in West Point. It was under Patrick Sulu. Under Patrick Sulu, we could pull everything out but death. So we are not going to make any comparison here. A lot of stuff happened on a Patrick Pseudo Liberia National Police. I'm celebrating Gregory for the last 5 months. They investigated the Kenjal case. A recommendation was put in place.
If
But
this
at
was
least,
a serious,
but
if this
at
was
least,
a serious center, he
hold
should
on
be
now,
fired.
hold on,
He should
hold
be
on.
fired by the
Hold
Kenjal.
on. A recommendation was put in place, but at least he is deputed though. He carried on a full investigation. And right now I can say Sereno Seafoods is continuing this case and he's suing Western Cluster. He's suing those folks. And I can also say that it is important that they are still working with the Justice Department. We are not here to mix apple and oranges. Unsolved mysteries under Liberia National Police, under CDC, up to now, nothing. Nothing came out of it. Nothing, zero.
Like which one?
So we can have this show all day, but we want to say it's good having you, Kev Hassan. I heard that you will be having your show coming up. I don't know how you design it. I don't know the time. If you're ready, we can announce it for you. I heard that the name of your show will be the Kev Hassan. I don't know what name you give in your show and what hour. If you're ready, you come, let's announce it. But congrats to you that you'll be having a show on Spoon Network during the weekdays. I know it's not interfering with Spoon Talk, but I want to say congrats to you while you work up the deeds with Madam Titi and make sure that you get a spot in that. Damo having this show. I don't know that Damo show you coming on. Damo, you have, I mean, the arrangement for your show is at what time, Damo?
It's from 3 to 5.
And that would be your 3 o'clock. That would be our 11 o'clock. Yeah, no. That would be our 12 o'clock. No. That would be at 11 o'clock, right? Yeah, 11.
So what's the time difference?
It's 4 hours. It will be 11 o'clock here in the morning. So you do 3 to 5. So you'll be doing 2 hours, right? When you starting?
We are planning on starting the second week of July. Is Nelson and I, and then the entire team that covers the president. So we want to keep our folks informed as to what's happening across the 3 branches of government on their day-to-day activities, and to bring those decision makers as well to have a conversation with them, not just in Monserrado, but outside of Monserrado.
Yeah, so you, I mean, congrats to you. I'm hearing about Kev Hassan having his own show too. I don't know the slot you're going to give him. It's something that you guys working on, and that would be beautiful, Kev.
Yeah, we have to consult the water boy and the electrician.
No, but I think Kev Hassan's show would be mostly sedition, though. Are you going across, Kev, across the eye? Will you only be bringing in seditions?
You see, we would like for the Unity Party people to come on, but Unity Party people sometimes I don't know why. I don't know why they don't like me to speak to them or interview them. Only few, but you know, like you always say, Spoon is the people network and it's open to everybody. Everybody should be open to everybody to talk. It's not forced. Come with your argument. You know, come with your argument.
But when you started your show with, and I know you have not secured an hour yet, but this is very important. When I heard that you will be doing your own show, like wow. I mean, you'll be on all the 3 radio stations, Fabric, Support, Spoon, and you'll be on all the social media outlets, and you're doing a show. I want to see you do your show all by yourself.
We're working out the modalities, but the first person I would love to interview is Stanton Witherspoon. Why you support the Unity Party? Why you support the Unity Party?
Why you want to go, man?
Why you went up and above? Why?
But let me answer you this. Let me answer you. I supported Joseph.
Are you satisfied with the Unity Party? Are you satisfied with the wall that?
No, but if you leave, then you mess me up. Damn, you got to answer the guy in front. I beg you.
Are you satisfied that Sylvester Grisby is running rings around this man, bringing machine in the country? We're all going through the right procedure. Are you satisfied?
But let me answer you.
Breaking the law.
Let me answer you now. I would forever support Jose Yima Boakai. I know the person he is. I know the love he has for the country.
Are you a Unity Party partisan?
No, I'm not.
You're not part of the Unity Party?
No, I'm not. I belong to no political party. I'm part of any political party. I'm a Liberian people person.
Are you satisfied with what's happening around the president? I'm
not satisfied. And that's the reason why I continue to speak on these things. And I do believe that Jose Yima Barka will continue to make the right decision for a better nation. It's not looking fine. It's not looking all juicy. But I still got hope. And I still believe that the president he will turn things around and Liberia will understand who Joseph Barka is and the reason why they voted him over Josh Weah. I mean, he's a wise man, and wise man changes. So I do believe it will come a time. We just 5 months now. Let me end on this. We just got 5 months. We just got 5 months. He didn't promise you that it will be easy, but when we see something we're back, like my German Shepherd, when we see some foolishness around President Barka, whether President Barka see it or not, we're back and remind the president that there's a danger, there's a mole, there's a spy, and we're back. Because I still believe when you sit and talk to President Barka, you understand who he is and the love he has for the country. He tell you to think Liberia, love Liberia, and together let's build Liberia. I still believe it. And I can still today encourage folks to vote for President Barka if election was held today. The only caveat is that I'll say President Barka, I promise you will not bring Sylvester Grisby back. That would be the only caveat.
So you think Sylvester Grisby leading the president in the wrong direction?
Yes. Yes, I do.
You believe so?
100%.
You believe Mamaka leading the president in the wrong?
I don't know too much about Mamaka. I shouldn't just, I don't know Mamaka. I've never seen her before. And, I really don't know Mamaka. I've just seen a picture and heard of her. So I would not do that to Mamaka. Information reaching, yes, she can make a couple of mistakes. But once it is corrected and she's willing to do the right thing, fine, we give it to her. But it's something about Sylvester Grisby, and I think that he's leading the president. As a chief of staff to the president, I think he's on the wrong path when it comes to Liberia.
So if the president called you today and say, Stanton, should I fire Sylvester Grisby, what will be your answer?
The president don't need to call me today. The president, I have said this over and over from day one. Sylvester Grisby is not a good candidate to be chief of staff. So you don't need to ask that question. The president need to call me. I say again and again. His kind of leadership style is not for this dispensation. His kind of idea is not for today, Liberia.
So he continues to operate.
The way in which he operate. I mean, but let be saying because
no, last one. The last one. If you continue to keep Sylvester Grisby, you believe the country will go in the wrong direction.
No, I can say to you, I don't think the president will keep Sylvester Grisby too long. If the president chooses to take Liberia on the wrong path and dump Liberia, then he should keep Sylvester Grisby. If he want the legacy that we all know he have and he want to keep, and he want a good country that we all know he desire, he should get rid of Sylvester Grisby. As long as he keeps Sylvester Grisby, Liberia is not going anywhere. The mistake of the yellow machine coming without documentation, those are the mistakes. The mistake of taking the poor people money from Social Security without, actually, those are the mistake. The mistake of appointments over and over in different decisions, that's the mistake. The mistake of keeping money captain with the advice of Sylvester Grisby and the country stay in darkness, that's the mistake. The mistake of now we're talking about keeping MedTech, let me find them, CTN, let me find them, that's Sylvester Grisby. The mistake of so many different things that we are talking about, the president who are going in another direction, that today, the country will going to be shining. The mistake to keep Liberia from going into full persecution, your government, your people that stole, Your people that are sitting on the riches of Liberia with the mansions, your people that are saying it's okay that they can take money from CBL, from FIA, and other places. And Sylvester Graceway is talking to them and slowing things down. That's the mistake we are talking about. If we had a chief of staff that is young and vibrant and believe in the people, the Liberian people that voted for Bwaka, if we had a chief of staff, by this time you won't be sitting here. Senator will be in handcuffs or somewhere. By this time, folks from your government will be begging a court and plea. But the only reason why they are not doing it, they got Sylvester Graceway in there.
You don't think?
And that's the problem.
You don't think because there is nothing there, and they kind of it was a made-up story. It was a made-up story. It was a made-up story. It was a made-up story that okay, this person take this, this person take this, this person take this, and now there's nothing there.
You're right to say,
and that's why they can't do anything.
Kefigo, you're right to say that's a made-up story. That's why we still get Liberia in darkness, because Sylvester Graceway had agreed with Money Captain, and and convinced the president to keep Money Captain. You're right to say that's a made-up story. That's why your folks that looted the nation, they are still hanging around and flying around because they wanted to see no evil, hear no evil, and speak no evil. So you're right. You're right to say that's a made-up story. That's why people that President Bwaka appointed Sylvester Graceway stopped them from taking the position. Those that were nominated. So you're right. So that's why we don't need Sylvester Graceway. That's what we are here saying today. For us to champion this president and his legacy, Sylvester Graceway, he didn't walk in the poo-poo water. He don't know the folks, the young men and women, the young soldiers, the young students. He cared less about them. He wasn't there with them. He was never there with them. So he won't understand them. People that put everything on the line. He should understand that with all those folks, there wouldn't have been Joseph Bwaka president today. So you're right to celebrate this, because you know who the gatekeeper is and who prevented these things. So till we meet again, Kev, I wish you well on your show. I hope that you can sign all your document accordingly with Madam Titi and do your show. But as always, it's good sometimes you come and join us. Let's just celebrate. But I would say to you, though, I still believe that President Bwaka will make the right decision. He will. He has to. He must. To secure and save his legacy, he has to. Damon, oh man, we are. Come on, let's end the show. Damon, thank you very much. Damon and Slanger, Damon Baby T. Slanger, we said thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's always good having you. Yeah.
Kev didn't send the.
Kev didn't send it though.
I just showed this thing. I just read the thing. 2018, it was 3.5 million was contributed to the government operational funds. 2018.
I just
go and check the budget line. So we did that. So.
You said you were sending it and you didn't send it. Okay.
Yeah. So you get it. Stanton, we talk about it.
You said I get it. I said sure and send it to them.
We spoke about this thing. Listen.
I don't talk to you, Kev. I do not talk to you.
Damon, let me say this to you. Damon, let me say this to you. When it comes to Dugle, that's Stanton ball. So you saw the show. The show was like he wanted to go. He wanted to push. Then he hold himself. He said, "Oh, that my Peking." You can see he went there. Then he get back. He said, "Oh, this is my son that I love."
This is my son in whom I'm well pleased.
Why you putting yourself in this? Let me tell you. During the time they have a war in Afghanistan, right? I don't know if you heard what they call the American Taliban. They saw this American Peking from DC. The guy said, damn, they captured him, they brought him, they put him in jail for 20 years. They're releasing that out long ago. So he's saying his son, instead of saying his son, it's like the American Taliban. He's saying him. He want to shoot.
That way, let go.
So he hold his bullet back. He look at it, put somebody in that position, and then that person gave 25,000 to see what Senator will say. Put someone in that position.
Let's go. Folks, thank you for joining us. We want to say we love you. Thank you for sharing the show. Just because of you today, a huge follow on the show. Share the show, do more, and we see you next week, Sunday. Ketema, the Center 101 with the CEO. Thanks to J. Marvin Cole, District Number 3, Bond County Representative. Listen, if you don't know someone, you have not spoken to him, it's a lot of different information, but it was good engaging J. Marvin Cole today. And again, we'd love to have him back to dig deeper and have more good conversation. To Sekou, I want to say I wish you well, and I pray that you do better every single day, because Liberia deserves better. We need all the money we can to build a new Liberia. Folks, don't forget, we are building a new Liberia. Whether now or tomorrow, we must build a new Liberia. All the old people that destroy our country, that are coming back to destroy the country again, we have to do what we can do to tell them, no, enough is enough. Be strong. Don't take $5 and celebrate somebody and curse and dance and say the person good. Do it from the conscience of your heart. The Minister of Education needs to do better. The University of Liberia is bad off. And we'll talk about this tomorrow. It's bad off. Look at Fender campus. It's dirty. It's nasty. No buses, but yet it's still people trying to learn. Look at the university at the capital bypass, how bad it is. What are we doing for our young men and women? But yeah, we should celebrate. No, we will not celebrate. It is our time. This generation will see the goodness of the Lord in Liberia for us to enjoy before we leave this earth. Do not settle for anything cheap. Your life is not $5 sabotage member. Oh, you must sabotage, take $5 and go to on that show. No. Do it for the conscience of your country. Do it for your children, not for $5 and $10. We will tell them the change will come. The change must come. That you will enjoy. You will work. You will earn your own money, good money. We're tired with the old school politicians. We're tired with the old folks politicians. They come and dance kakaleka among us. And they want us to celebrate them. We'll not celebrate them. We'll celebrate the young, vibrant people that love our country, that think good of the country and that want to build the country. No more will allow the old school to take over. No more. We allow the old school to take over. We'll fight and champion this cause. And on that day, we'll remind them, a new generation that will pave the way for a better Liberia. Till we meet again, may God bless you. May God keep you. May God bless our country. Have a wonderful, wonderful evening.
Just last one thing not pertaining to politics. I just want to say, thanks to Dr. Richardson. The case has been withdrawn from the court. We in a good place, and also thanks to Madam Titi. So at the moment we're in a good place. She withdraw the case, and I just want to say thanks to her for doing
okay. Thank you for that, and thanks to Dr. Richardson for withdrawing the case. Likewise, it's a good news. We wish you and our family well, and we hope that we can move on with a new page. Kev Hassan, thank you very much. As always, have a good evening. Dama, you and Good. Dama, is Good stay in the back? I'm seeing his name is up here. Hey, Dama.
He's still in the back.
Okay, but I'll leave you. You'll take care.
All right. Okay, folks, thank you so much for watching. Remember, Spoon Talk comes your way tomorrow at 8 p.m. here in Liberia. It's been a wonderful interaction. On behalf of the entire production team, we'd love to bid you farewell and a pleasant good night. Bye-bye.
You Urban, ethical, authentic, sports, entertainment, something for the old, something for the new, something for everybody in between. We leave nothing untouched. We are Spoon 107.5 FM.